Okay, for those who are already there, I'm getting some messages here. People are in my inbox telling me to come back. Okay, now I'm seeing the messages. Okay, I was going to say I need some interaction here to know that you are there. Yes, so I'm going to fix myself another cup of coffee for my craziness to come back up. And then we can continue maybe for another 20 or 30 minutes. Taleb Ogola, text me on my 6400 number. I'm seeing your messages, but it's on the phone that has the live. Text me on this other number now, and then we can continue the conversation there for a little bit longer. +1 512 738 6400. Text me there, Mr. Taleb Ogola. All right, let me grab my cup of coffee. I mean, it's not ready. Yeah, there we go. Taleb Ogola is here now. You are back and it's clear. Perfect. So now this is clearer than the previous one. I don't know what the problem was. This light keeps looking like... Is it better now, the way it is? Or with the light back on? I see a little shade there on the top left. So I'll keep this one off. Taleb Ogola, I have that light off. Is it better that way? Or with the light back on? I'm relying on you, Taleb Ogola. Better with the light off. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Got it. All right, just give me one moment here. Let me check my job emails, make sure there's nothing urgent, nobody's dying. All right. Friday, January 30th. Okay, nothing to worry there. Put it back as unread so that I don't forget. That's for January 30th. Okay, we are going to go back. Well, we are already live. We are going to spend some little bit more time. I would want, which is how I perform better, if we are more interactive, you ask me a question and then I respond to it, or you bring up an issue and then I respond to that issue. I think I perform better that way. Somebody is asking for my M-Pesa number again. I hope I don't mess it up this time. It is 07, there is a 4, then 10, 78, 69, 3. Those are the numbers I know. I was missing the 4. 074 10 78 69 3. All right, and then I believe I'm in the right account where I can pin it. Perfect. We're in business. Okay, let me go to the comment section as I wait for my coffee to brew. I don't think it's ready. Okay, Mr. Penny 2542 is saying, I hope IQ you are okay. Yes, better than before. Richard David Chris is, we are back. Loud and clear, sound is good, and the ambience and video is vivid. Oh, so this too much light was messing up things. Ah, now it's a little cozy. How about if I take this one off? How about if I remove that from the equation also? Better or too dark? Ooh, bring the Cyprus Kenovia on. More than me. That guy is something else. Where? Hey, hey. All right. Let me know if I should keep this light or not. Much better without flat light. Kevin Deuri, are you? Well, let me go to Tare Bogola. What about this other light? Off also? The light is on now as you are typing Ogola. And I'll turn it off. Just say off or on. Sio story mingi Tare Bogola. Keep the new light on. Okay. All right. You guys want violence. You want Mr. Cyprus back on. I can try to get him on. Give me 2 minutes and I'll try to bring Mr. Cyprus on. Oh, that's a nice cup. That one is a nice. What is happening here? Looks like it hanged. Are we on? Ogola, I'm going to rely on you in the back end. Are we still good? Mr. Taleb Ogola! Okay, we are good. All right, so you guys want violence. What is the name of the Mr. Cyprus? I need to change his name to Mr. Cyprus. I think I called him Gara. Yes, Gara City Boy. Let's find out. His WhatsApp is not on. It's saying calling instead of ringing. So he's not on. All right. Who else do you want us to disturb? Oh yeah. What was the name of that guy? I have just a guy. Hey, hold my milk. What did I call him? He has the name Australia to him. Let's see. Australia. Why is he not showing up? This is the guy who spent 3 million to send a guy out to Australia and then he got a cotward. That would be a beautiful story. I just can't find his name properly. Australia. Australia. What was that guy's name? I think his name was Chege. We did 2 different episodes. Yeah, Isaac Chege, Kenyan Isaac Chege. Is that the same guy? Man, what was that guy's name? The one the first time he was drunk. And then I ended the conversation, and then he called back and he told us the story of how he sent a girl to Australia and get Okotwad. He spent 2 million on a girl and got Okotwad. Man, I cannot remember how I have said his name. And also I have changed phones, so some of this information is not showing up. Let me see what you guys are saying. 28 commandments to the world. 28 commandments to the world in the clip. If you are in North America, buy the book from Kibe. The address is www.andrewkibe.shop. Kibe will send me your address and I will mail you the book it will get to you within a week. All right? All right. I want to buy the book for my puny friends in Fort Myers, Florida. Yes. Contact Kibe. Let me, 1 moment. Let me see if I can get hold of Kibe. Probably impossible. It is 12:30 in Kenya. It's 12 plus 9 is what? 21. Is it? Let's see. He's gonna answer this phone line. He's not online. Okay, he is online. What is 21? 8 o'clock? 9? It's 9:30. Should be, yeah. I don't know. Okay, he's not answering. Let's go back to your messages. All right, so guys, guide me. What do you people want to talk about? Talabagola, what are you saying? It's 21. 21 is 9, right? 9:30. Yeah, that's still early. No, there are no village people in the internet. I don't know what happened. But my booster is right there. I don't know why it would have a problem. All right. The Cyprus guide is not online. I need one pointed to my face. I can do that. How about that? That one is pointed on my black face. Oops, it's brightening me. 1 moment. All right. That should be better then. All right. As long as the sound is okay, 28 commandments to the world. That 47-year-old American who has a daughter, we can get to that one. I think his name is Chege. Okay. Andrew Kibe. There's something in the background. All right, good. I am live on YouTube, and where I put my flowers is where your books are now seated. You know my set where I put my orchids. Yes. Now it's overtaken by the 28 commandments. 28 commandments, yes. And there are people in North America. There's a guy in Dallas, and another one in Fort Myers, and another one in Oregon. They are buying the book, so you probably need to look on your incoming orders. So once they pay for the book, just text me their address and I will mail them the books from here. I am in Austin, Texas right now. Very nice. All right. I've been waiting for you to say that.
Kuna bonge la list lile, bro.
Uko na bonge la listi?
I've just been holding on. I'm waiting.
I am here, bro, in real life.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Kwanza.
Salimia watu bwana. There are people here. I had 2 hours with Mr. USIU, and then the connection was off. And then when I went off, people came on my inbox and said, "Come back, come back." Now I have people here.
If you can wait long enough, I'll be going live myself. You can match.
I wouldn't know how to do that, bro. Still the villager. I am.
Mr. Maragua.
I am live on iPhone. I have my MacBook. I have my MacBook here.
For how long?
I have my MacBook here and I don't know how to go live on it.
You need an Oyugi in your life.
Oh, bro, everybody needs an Oyugi in their life.
That's for sure.
Everybody needs an Oyugi in their life. And that boy is so calm. Like he's not even there.
Very polite.
Very calm, very polite. In the background, bro, I was astonished when the live started, the chat started showing on the big screen.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, everybody needs an Oyugi in their life.
Very nice. Wait, I'm preparing for my show, man.
All right, you do that. Send me the list.
Tell all those people who are purchasing the book,
yeah.
It is $30, not $25. We have done miscalculation kidogo because of kutuma.
That is your department. Mimi niko na vitabu hapa.
Siko najua kutuma inatoka kwa mfuko yangu. So that is plus.
Wait. Kutuma ya America?
Sindio? How much inakuja ngapi?
Less than $5.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I put it at 25 but
because and it's cheaper because it's books. So when you go to the post office, you have to declare these are books. They have a special price for books.
Imagine that.
So $470 something, I think, is the amount.
Yeah, I checked it up. It's about it's just less than shy of $5.
So if it was not books of the same weight, it would be almost $7.
Yeah,
but I knew that trick to say these are books. They charge a lower rate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So nice. It's completely as cheap as selling in Kenya. Imagine.
Yes, sir.
That's ridiculous.
All right.
Asante sana, bro.
Send me that list, and I will do the magic on this other end.
Thank you, my man.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. I can give people the link to join directory. Bro, there is no... I'm doing it on the computer. I'm doing it on the phone. You would have to do that if I was doing it on the computer. To join here. I know what you mean. You have to forgive this villager here for a minute. I'll get there. I have had this mouse for almost 3 months. I opened it today. Yes, Evans Gary, you were right. Kibe was preparing for his 10 p.m. show. Let's talk about how feminists all seem angered with speed stream in Kenya. No. This is not feminist. The reason you are seeing feminists is because they are more pronounced in the opposing men having fun. This is not a feminist issue. This is a woman issue. You have heard me say this before. A woman's role is to observe and figure out what makes a man happy and then put an end to that nonsense. Women naturally hate it when men are having fun that does not involve them. This is not just the feminist. Women hate it when men are having fun that does not include them. And yet, when they are included in the fun, the whole time they are figuring out how to get the fun out of the men, even when they are involved. That's why men are happiest when they are doing things together with other men. Fishing, hunting, hiking, biking. These crazy things that kids do with supercars. The men are at their happiest. You put one cow woman there, that fun is gone. That is what women cannot live with. That's why you see them putting cameras on their face and try to shame men for gravitating towards ISO speed. Because it's an organic fun that they cannot understand. Because they are not involved in it. Your pillar of strength is over there with his 2 phones following high speed. Yes! Harmless fun. Women have invaded places of fun where men used to go enjoy fun. In clubs and bars. Same name these days. And they took the fun out of the clubs. In the past, the only women that were in bars were the bartenders. It was a man's space. Men used to go there and have fun. Now they are complaining. The conversation before Christmas was that men are not even attending these events because the women invaded those spaces and they killed the fun. During the lockdown, men who had access to cars, they would go into tea plantations. Or in this, I think it was the Eastern Bypass or the Southern Bypass. And just sit there and chill. And they go home having had complete, fulfilling fun. But the moment you put one cow woman in the mix, so yeah, the noise is coming from all women. It's the feminists that are emboldened to put it on camera to amplify the feeling of all women. They cannot imagine how hundreds of thousands of men are having fun without them. That is where the problem is coming from. All right. Australian Kinuthia who called while drunk. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. What is that guy's name? I'll think about what his name is. I'll find him. All right. Find the Australia guy who showed dust to a Kenyan university girl with a broken iPhone. That one I can find very easily. He's 22, I think. One moment. I'll find that one. Let me see if I can find that one. Sign some copies for us to buy quick fast. Buy the book from Kibe fast. M-Pesa number name is my name, George Jaunganga. You should be the one telling me what name is showing up on the M-Pesa. Wacha ukora bwana. JW Communications. Or you can share the links with the people for them to click and join. Yeah, Utalebogora. When I figure out how to do that thing. Somebody is asking kama dawa za minyoo zilifikia Osama. I think I gave over Osama to other people who have matching energy to deal with him. Yesterday and today, people are dealing with him properly. That's all the energy I'm gonna give to him. I know this is an M4. Once I figure out how to work it in Mr. Texas starter. Uzeni baya Talebogola, uzeni baya. Usiseeke kama mimi ubwa hii. Let's find Mr. Australia. I can find Mr. Australia much easier. He had a Kalenjin name. Maybe it's tomorrow over there in Australia. Maybe they're already in February. Maybe he's preparing for Valentine's Day in Australia. The phone is ringing all right, but the time difference is the mbadala. No, that guy's not gonna answer. I know who to call now. You guys are getting me in trouble. I know exactly who to call. There's something he said on WhatsApp, on X. He's not online, unfortunately. That would have been a good story, guy. He's a guy who married a woman that was older than him, and they tried having children and it didn't work. This story emanated from the conversation we were having around Wodemaya. When they went to get tested, it was discovered that her womb is scarred from multiple abortions. Oh, he is on. He is on now. He is on. I wish he answers. All right, these guys are not answering the phone. It's 9 o'clock hour. What is happening? All right, let's go back to the chats. What have you missed? Nash on steroid, Nash on the road. We are trying to get Mr. USIU to 1,000 subscribers. His handle is Chill Out Records. Chill Out Records. Please go in there and subscribe so that he can hit 1,000 subscribers. By having a runny nose. Yeah, so yeah, if you're just joining us for the first time, go to Chill Out Records and subscribe to Mr. USIU. Mr. USIU is the guy who brings us Stories Ajamba. We need him at 1,000 subscribers. We are almost there. We are almost there. Talebogola, kama uko na maswali, chukua simu ubwa hii. Wacha kuniokota kwa messages. Wacha kiherehere kwa message. Chukua hii simu. Chukua hii simu tukutambue. Dale Bogola. One moment.
Yep.
Say something.
Am I clear?
Yes, you're good.
So I wanted to ask you concerning, you remember when you went to the UK,
Yes.
you went to a church. And I was a little bit shocked about that.
Why? Why would you be shocked?
Because at times you talk, I mean, there are things you say about the African Christian God, and again, you admittedly say that there is God, and at the same time, you call yourself God. So I would just want to understand that point.
So, what is the question?
You can just explain, how do you call yourself God, and how do you believe there is God? And again, what do you think, where do you think the whole world came from? I mean, the whole creation.
Tale Bogola, do you want me to help you with your question?
Help me.
Because your question was, let me go back to your WhatsApp now that you're here. Can you talk about why you shit on African Christian God? Okay? Question number 1.
Yes.
But you embrace God in your own way and sometimes end up even calling yourself God. Let's talk about the African Christian God.
Yes.
Close your eyes and pray, and all your problems will disappear. In a jest, is that not the Christian God? The African Christian God?
That's the Christian God. Yes.
That you don't have to do anything. Just pray about it. How has that worked for the Africans in the continent of Africa?
Failed terribly.
You live in an area that has impassable roads. And the African Christian God, in your own belief, says, just pray to me, and the problem of the road will go away. I'm trying to paint to you what the African Christian God is. Or, to be fair to the African Christian God, how the Africans have created an image God that is completely separate from God the Creator. Every exam season, whether it's KCP or KCSE, the day before the start of the election, of the exams, we take the kids to church to pray for them so that they can pass the exam. Before the start of a football game, we pray for our team so that they can win. Tell me what that does to a human being. What does that do to a 14-year-old? You don't have to study, you don't have to prepare. You don't have to remember anything that you have studied for 7 years, or 8 years, or 12 years. If only you can close your eyes and pray, and this God is going to give you straight A's because you asked nicely. Now, is there a God like that? Is there truly a God like that? Mr. Ogola?
No, there isn't.
That's why I have made a distinction. That's why I have made a distinction, and I have said African Christian God. Because this is a God that the Africans have created in the image of their in action. The things they don't want to do, the things they don't want to put effort in, they created a God to show that those responsibilities upon that image God. You don't have to practice, just pray. You don't have to prepare, just pray. You don't have to study, just pray. You don't have to invest in education, in technology, in ingenuity, in discovery, in medical biochemistry, research and iterations. Just pray. The disease will go away. During the lockdown, there was a meme of a green toad, a frog. And it's seated on a pole with its arms looking like it's praying. And the caption was, "These are the African Christian preachers, patiently waiting for the white people to come up with a solution for COVID. Then they go to the African Christians and tell them they discovered a miracle and a cure for COVID." African Christian God. Totally different from God the Creator. That's why I continually insist on the African Christian God. That God is responsible for the poverty and the misery and the ignorance and diseases and the hardships that continue to dog the continent of Africa to date. Because the man, where he should have taken the effort to make our world better for himself, he have delegated that duty to this image God that he created. The white man is doing the job to make the environment better, to come up with research and technology to cure the diseases, to create roads, to come up with food enough to feed 8 billion people. So when the Africans are praying for the end of hunger, the white man is in laboratories mixing different breeds of seeds to come up with the highest hybrid that would yield the highest result at the shortest time. That's where the term Katumani came from. This short maize that would grow in 3 months and only would be maybe 4 feet tall, Katumani. Because the white man figured out, if we are going to solve the problem of sub-Saharan short rains and erratic rain seasons and the harsh climate, we have to come up with a hybrid maize that will grow in the shortest time that the rain is available. Katumani. Hybrid maize. The white man have silos somewhere in the North Pole. I don't know whether it's in Greenland or Iceland, where they have stored billions upon billions of seeds to survive the future of the need of food supply. The black man is closing his eyes and praying for God for kadabra kabadabra. The zebu cows, the traditional cows of the African continent, they could not produce enough milk, even though they were resilient to the harsh climates and the diseases of the tropical Africa. The white man saw that with his Jerseys and Frisians in the UK and in Holland, and crossbred their high-yielding cows with these Zembu, harsh climate tolerant cows, crossed them and created a hybrid, and then created a whole ecosystem where they froze those sperms in nitrogen and created a whole network of veterinary services for free across Kenya. Let's talk about the places I know. In the 70s and 80s and 90s, they inseminated their high-yield cows with the zebu cows for free. In 1990s, when I was a little boy, it was 1 shilling. You carry a shilling and a bottle of water. The system provided a veterinary officer with a Suzuki car with these frozen sperms, and they would come from cattle dip to cattle dip to cattle dip, which is where we would go take the cows on heat, and they would inseminate, artificial insemination, on these zebu cows to give them a higher breed of the Holland and the UK cows, so that your zebu cows that are already resistant to diseases and the climate can now produce more yield, which is what now became the uprise of KCC and all these other companies that followed later. But if you had left it on the black guy, he would have closed his eyes and prayed. The diseases, chloroquine and malaria queen. It was an iteration of the research. America eradicated malaria in 1942 on the onset of the Second World War. 1942. When I was a little kid, 2 million children a year were dying out of malaria in tropical Africa. When a child is sick, let's close our eyes and pray for healing. In North America, 1942, they were inundated with malaria in the warmer weathers of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and they came up with a cure for malaria, eradicated the mosquito itself. Come on. All the raw materials that are building the present day world, from infrastructure to supercomputers, all those raw materials are buried on the bare feet of the African men in the continent of Africa. But it takes a white man to come and mine those resources in the rawest form, put them in ships, and take them to China, take them to Australia, in the case of titanium, from the Coast Province. Take the iron ore, O-R-E, in its rawest form. Take it to China and bring you back steel metal. I was having that conversation the other day on Twitter with the people who were saying, why is the stadium, the Samuel Ruto Stadium on Gong Road, why it's so expensive compared to another stadium they named someplace in Morocco or someplace. And I said, it's 99% because of the supply of the materials that needed to build it. The steel metal that are the core of the structure of that new stadium on Ngong Road is coming from Spain and China. And they say they have a Devic company that manufactures steel. I say, no. Those guys are melting scrap metal. They have not yet come to a point. There is one company, Denvik or something, that is now exploring mining iron, the iron ore in its rawest form in Kilifi, but they have not yet gotten to a point where they can produce in the greatest form commercially to make any dent of the supply of the demand of steel metal in Kenya. The rebars, the twisted rebars, those ones are from melted scrap metal. But the integrity of the structure needs imported steel metal from Spain and China. The same with the overpasses. I told them less than a mile from William Ruto Stadium on Ngong Road, at the intersection of Kingara and Jackson Mall, you're going to see those intricate metals over the overpass. 100% of that metal framework structure is from Spain and China. But the origin of the raw material was mined under the feet of the black man in the continent of Africa. Instead of investing in research and technology, they invest in churches and they close their eyes and pray for this image God that solves all their problems magically. So you want me to believe in that African Christian God? Nimekata. Now brings us to the second question. How come when you were in London, you went to church? I went to 2 churches. This is 2024, Christmas time. On December 24, I went to a 340-year-old church, St. James. It's on Piccadilly in Mayfair. And I had Christmas carols there with my son. At night, we went to our neighborhood in Notting Hill, up the road from Ed Sheeran's house, and we went to St. John's Church for midnight mass. 188-year-old church. I believe in the real God, the creator of heaven and earth. Not the African Christian God that tells, or the other way around, to be fair to the African Christian God, that the Africans close their eyes and they throw their problems to him. No, the real God. The one who gave man the ability to create the world to look the way it looks now. In the previous space, in this previous life, we were talking about 6 levels of underground train. You take an elevator at the King's Crossing, underneath the Buckingham Palace in London, and you go 8 floors down to to catch a train to take you to the Heathrow. 8 different layers of underground trains. Sijui kama niseme na lugha ingine. There are 8 different roads, layers of trains underground. Hundreds of years old. Because those people not closed their eyes and shifted their responsibility to build this world to their image, white God. They took the gift that God gave to man and they utilized it. Now brings me to question number 3. Why do I call myself God? Because I was created in the image of God. What God can do, I can do. He transferred that power, that ability, that ingenuity, that smartness, that greatness, that power, that control to human male. Men were created in the true image and likeness of God. This man here, when you see me, you see God. When you see God, you see me. The problem is this African Christian God. It cannot let you see that. Because you created an image, African Christian God, that is separate from the God, the Creator. So you are blinded from sharing the greatness and the likeness of God, the Creator, as a male. So you continually chase this image God that you created and completely miss the boat. Go all the way to the bottom of my YouTube page. The very first video is about that conversation with Wasike Jobless, Abyssinia Dental Center. He asked me that question 4 years ago. It's on the bottom of the oldest video on my YouTube. No wale ukuona ciuria ciaku cia niki gitumaga ndete Ngai. Translated in the Luo. Tumeelewana.
So, do you have an explanation of how this said God came into existence? The real one, leave alone you that was created in His image.
The only thing He told us is that before there was the beginning of the world, He was already there. What else do you need to know about the God? You know everything else, and it has not helped you yet to come up with a cure for your diseases that dog Africa. You know everything else, but you have not come up with institutions that would impact the knowledge from God on your children so that they can solve your local problems locally with the ingenuity and the integrity and the intellect that God gave you. Those ones you don't want to do. You want to get fixated. But where did you come from? Boy.
So, George, how often do you go to church?
As often as I can. Ask me that question again.
So, how often do you go to church?
Every day.
Can you explain that point? What do you mean by every day?
What is church?
A building?
African Christian God. You see? Until you sober out from that mentality of the image God that you have created and you have put Him somewhere where you can go visit Him. Just like the children of Israel, when Moses went to Mount Sinai and he took so long in the calculation, and they said, He has taken so long. Bring your jewelries and your ornaments, your gold jewelries. Let's melt them and create an image God that we can worship. The continent of Africa is right there today. They are still worshiping that image God from molten gold and silver. Unbeknown to you. So we cannot even have a real conversation about how often do I go to church, because you want me to go to a physical church. But the whole essence, the organic essence of church, in the Bible it's called tabernacle, is where you go to the presence of God. I do that every morning. I go to the presence of God and I talk to him from where we left the conversation yesterday. Every single morning, I have fellowship with my God. A continuation of our conversation from yesterday. But this fixation with a building and an image now limits you to have that fellowship with God. Because in the mindset of the Africans, it has to be this thing, this image, this structure. And then the church conman saw you were brainwashing and he said, let me monetize that. Even when COVID closed churches, he said, oh no, we can have church on the M-Pesa. The church M-Pesa number is still there. They collected more money. They collected so much money during the lockdown that they accidentally revealed how much they used to collect before COVID. Do you remember that conversation? The churches in Kenya said they are losing 4 million shillings every week because of the churches being closed. They accidentally revealed how much money they collect because they monetized your brainwashing. But God is me, I am God. When I go to the presence of God, God is coming to my presence and we fellowship. If God is a creator, I go there and tap into that ability to create from God. And there is a video that I put up. You will remember it when I say it. And I said, God is not the provider. He created an ecosystem where our provision should come from. So he is no longer the one providing. The ecosystem that he created is the one now that is providing for us. Do you remember that video? And I give a story about the prophet who was hiding in a cave. And God created an LLC of, what is the name of the magogo in English? The black bird, the dirty black bird, that would take food to him every day. Meat. God created an ecosystem to feed his faithful servant when he was running away from the queen. The ravens, thank you. To feed the faithful servant of God. The crow, yes. I'm seeing the comments. God is no longer the provider. His ecosystem is the provider. The same way, you as a man, you should not buy the lie of the role of the man is to provide and protect and penetrate. No. So if you are not there physically, who is offering the protection? If you drop dead, who is going to provide? You should create an ecosystem that continually provide for your loved ones, whoever those people are, even in your absence. That's what God did. God is not providing for us every day. No, 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 no. He's telling you everything you will ever need is already there in the universe. Seek and you shall receive. Knock and the door shall be opened. But God is chilling somewhere in the beaches of heaven, sipping mojito or whatever they sip in heaven. He's not actively providing for you, like waiting for you to pray, and then it's, okay, that's what you need. Now you get it. No. His ecosystem, everything you will ever need is already there in the universe. Seek, connect with the universe, and shall be provided for you. That is the God I believe in. Tuhamwe, Mr. Ogora.
Yes. So this again brings me to the point where you say that the universe.
One moment. DevKey is the company that there are 3 different companies, but DevKey is the largest one. What they have been doing for the longest time is just to melt scrap metals, and they create these rebars that we buy to build houses. But they don't manufacture steel metal from raw material, which is iron ore. Uganda is leading in that. Because Museveni fought the courts. There is a very popular video. Museveni was speaking in a conference of judges. And somebody had gone to court to stop the construction of an iron ore factory by the Chinese because of environmental concerns. Museveni was invited to this seminar of judges. You see them there with long faces. Nobody's smiling, nobody's applauding. They feel so bad that he is in their presence. And Museveni is telling them, I understand. We have the rule of law. We have due process. But use the authority you have in courts to at least allow the construction of the steel metal facility to continue as we wait on the judgment about the environmental concerns. But now everything has stopped because there is a case before you. But you have the authority to say the construction can happen, but the mining can wait until we solve the environmental concerns. That is democracy. And he told them, you are pushing me to override that democracy by saying, we are not going to listen to you anymore. Because now, what you are doing is not for the greatest good. Look for that video. Very popular video. And he said, by the way, another company has come forward and they said, Mr. President, we want to put up a cement company next to the steel metal company. Kenya has not reached that level of mining the iron ore and making it made in Kenya steel metal. But DevKey is almost there. Okay, Rudy Kwachach, what were you saying?
Yeah, you've said it before that the universe is also your God.
Yes.
Well,
No, the universe. God is the universe. It's very hard for African Christians to understand that concept. God is the universe. In the previous life, we were talking about how women are connected with the cosmic rhythm of the universe. And their duty is to serve the universe, the source of life itself. If God created life and the duty of the woman is to serve the universe, to give life, it should be very obvious if you don't have African Christian contamination to understand that God is the universe. In the self-development of man, if you look vaguely, let's use the Maslow's triangle of needs. At the bottom, the basic needs. At the very top is what we call self-actualization. That's the head of the use of the pyramid, the Maslow's pyramid of needs. Now, we are only using the pinnacle of the self-actualization. When you get there, that self-actualization is actually the mind of God. They recently added another layer on top of the self-actualization, and they called it transcendence. Transcendence. That's when you are fully connected with the mind of God. Elon Musk is there. That's why he go get the information about how to explore God's creation with the kabooms that he continue creating. Transcendence. Look the term, what is achieving the mind of God in self-actualization? It will lead you there. The ultimate self-actualization for a man is to connect with the mind of God. The God of the universe, not the African Christian God. It is we together.
Yes, we are together. And then now that you say that women are so attuned to nature, is that the reason as to why you keep on saying that Saturn was God's wife?
Those are two separate facts that are not related to each other. Hold that thought. I want to catch up with the people commenting. Hold that thought. If my old age makes me forget what you asked, remind me. There is a Kikuyu girl here that is saying that George looks like he's 27 years old because he is single. Nakuonea 18. You are ovulating. That is what is speaking to you here. It is the universe calling you to do your thingy. I see you. Wanjiru Gitao. IQ looks 27. Someone said because he is not married. That somebody is you. That is your hormone speaking. Chill Out Records, he said he shared something on well, that phone is the one that is on live. I'll catch up with what you shared, Mr. USIU. Captain Tony, 9581, listening to you, realizing how powerful the mind is if one dares to use it. Bro, the regular human being is not even using 13% of their brain capacity. 13%. We walk in this walk of life for 85, 95 years and only utilize 13% of our potential. It's a total waste. It's a total waste. It's illegal. It's criminal. It's a disservice to humanity. What was your question again?
Yeah, you said that women are in tune to nature. So I was asking, is that the reason you keep on saying that God was Satan's husband?
No. Satan was God's husband. Satan was God's wife because Satan was God's wife. Is that the conversation you want to have?
Yes, you can explain that further.
Wacha kujificha na story mingi za kuigiza wanawake hapa. Why am I seeing some comments there that I don't see here? All right, so when God said, let us create man in our image, he created Adam in his image. If you get out of the Bible and read other texts about God and the creation, you'll find something called the perfect will of God. The perfect will of God was to make a family with his wife, Satan, before Satan was a bad name. So Satan was just Mrs. God. But she hastened the perfect will of God by deceiving God, which is why now we come back to the Bible. Satan is referred to as the great deceiver. This idea of Adam is lonely was not from Adam. It was from Mrs. God, with the sole purpose of an end product that God had not seen. And I'll explain that fact. If I forget that fact, remind me that God had not seen that factor. Mrs. God deceived God by insinuating that this guy here is lonely. But in the African Christian Bible, it says this guy was busy over there naming animals and chilling and having a good time with God's creation. And at the cool of the evening, your Bible would say, God would stroll to where Adam was and they would fellowship. They would catch up. Every time I read that verse, it reminds me of the movie of Angelina Jolie and Chris Owen, where they are in Ethiopia, which is where Angelina Jolie showed up. That movie is called Beyond Borders. It spans from 4 different countries, 3 different continents. In the segment of Ethiopia, Chris Owen was a medical doctor that was running the clinic. And they were treating the diseases that was dogging the Ethiopians. And they were also trying to negotiate with the government to get permits to drill water wells. And the government was in the way of the water well program because they wanted to be bribed. So every evening, when they are done with the clinic, Owen character and the engineers guys that were digging the wells and all the people that worked in the hospital and everybody else, they would light up a fire and they would catch up in the cool of the evening. That's how I imagine God used to do with Adam, as your African Christian Bible would say, that God would go visit in the cool of the evening and have fellowship with Adam. Mrs. God wanted to hasten the making of the family. So she deceived God that this guy here that you visit every day, that is busy the whole time with your creation, is actually lonely. We need to create a woman in my image to give him company. What is the first thing that women say they bring to the table, Mr. Ogola, because you are the only one on the mic? When you ask women, what do you bring on the table? What is the first thing they list?
Company.
Companionship, right?
Yes.
How does that work inside of the marriage? I want to show you the bigger picture. And I have said this multiple times, probably there is a post on X about it. 87% of OnlyFans customers are married white men. They are not getting the companionship inside of the marriage. Any less than Adam was to get companionship from this thing. Mrs. God convinced God that they needed to create for this guy to give him companionship. It does not happen in relationship. The same deception I'm about to explain is the same deception happening in your marriage right now. If you are married man listening to me, she said she's going to be your companion. She is never your companion. You will never tell us, but you don't even sleep in the same bed. But you are a married man. No word of truth will ever come out of your mouth. Majority of married people who have the resources to have more than one bedroom, not the sufferers, are sleeping in separate beds. Married people. What do you bring on the table? Companionship. It disappears on the wedding night. So the great deceiver deceived Mr. God that this guy here is lonely and we need a companionship, but this time in my image. So they created Eve in the image of Mrs. God. And when it came to creating the parts between the legs, she told God, leave this one to me. I know how my parts look like. I don't want you to go there and confuse and put your parts in her. Let me do this part. The great deceiver, she put a hymen in there. The thing that disappears when a woman loses virginity. There is a reason for it. There is a reason I'm bringing that up. She put a hymen in there. And now, Adam has a companionship. Her plan is taking shape. She knew the only way to hasten the perfect will of God was to use a woman just like her, because she transferred her nature in Eve. It was easy to manipulate her. There was no snake that gave anybody any apple. Spoiler alert. There was no apple. Spoiler alert. The woman Mrs. God created Eve in her image. And then Adam was given this thing. Now, Mrs. God has somebody who has her nature in the mix. The same way God has Adam who has his nature. Now she has Eve who have her nature. Now, the modern Bible has been edited so many times. Now, that story has changed to the snake. There was no snake. That story has changed to the apple. There was no apple. It was sex. So it was very easy for her, Mrs. God, to get in the head of the woman who has her nature and introduce sex to her so that she can do it with Adam to hasten the perfect plan of God to have a son in heaven, S-O-N. This one here is called sex. You are going to go over there and you are going to sleep with this guy. You give him now what the modern Bible calls the apple, the sex, and he's going to have his mind blown. Because God was dilly-dallying in having a child with Mrs. God, if you were not following before. The whole plan here is to hasten the perfect will of God to have a son in heaven. Remember the hymen? Why do we call virgins innocent, Mr. Ogola? Na mimi sijaona super chat hata moja.
Naona watu wanasema preaching iko fire.
Ama ni stream yangu iko sideways. The previous live had so many super chats. I think there were 14 of them. What is happening here? This is the church where you fuckers go give money for free. This is that church. Wacha kusema hallelujah. Tuma. Whatever this thing is called. Super chat. Tuma Mpesa. I have an actual real number. It's pinned on the top. 074 1078 693. This is the actual church where you fucking Africans go take your money for nothing. This is that church. Close your eyes. Today is Sunday. You are in church. It's time for donation and collection. Tuma pesa. Maumbwa nyinyi. Mukituma ntarudi. Okay, I was making another cup of coffee. Are you still there, Mr. Ogola?
Yes, I'm here.
So where are we?
you know, from everything you've said, the takeaway from me is that, I mean, that's just a consolation that Hata God aliokotwa sembuse sisi.
I will remember that. Remember that. Remember that. Remember that. There's something very important I want to say about that. Mungu kuokotwa. Very, 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 very important. Okay?
Yes.
Felix is saying, I could sense the Apple story ilikuwa jaba, but no one would dare risk the question. Who is this person? No. Decline. You want to haribia. Are you still there, Ogola?
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
Yeah, somebody else wanted to join, but not that guy. You know, I save the phone numbers dependent on your characters. What you portray to me is what I save your number as. I'm not very good at names. So there is Mr. Kyokoto, Australia. His name is Mr. Kyokoto, Australia. A guy who spent 2 million to educate a girl, alafu mgao akamuokota. That is your name here. Mr. UK with a older woman who has a child back in Kenya. That's how I have saved your name.
I'm tempted to ask how my name is saved.
Oh, that was terrible. Go to Twitter. That's it. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. Oh, so PK Mugambi. PK Mugambi is the guy with the macadamia in Embu. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm very sure that's him. This guy has a whole operation of macadamia in Embu with ISO certified packaging and shit. Let me see if I can find him. Mugambi. Yes. His company is called Bio Nuts. I will show you his products. It's actually cashew nuts. Are they? Because those ones looks like cashew nuts. Oh, it's macadamia. It's Biomac roasted and salted macadamia nuts. But the other one he showed me looks like cashew nuts. So he's packaging everything. Are you able to call the number that you text me on? See if we can put both of you together with Ogola. But this is his product right here.
No, George, you're the only one who can add him on the call.
Oh, I got you.
He cannot call direct. If you have his number, just add him on.
Yeah. This is him right here. info@biomac.co.ke 07023457799. Biomac roasted and salted macadamia nuts. This guy is in Embu. I'm going to go there and do a proper tour of the facility, and we sit down and we have a whole episode with him. Bro, there is nothing I love more than seeing this kind of success stories. This thing gives me life, bro. This thing gives me life. So he was saying he hopes I have received.
George, just repeat the number so that I can see how I can add him on the call directly.
His number is 0702. Maybe that's a business number. Let me give you the number he called me on. Let me see if it's different.
Okay.
One moment. Zero 0702 345 799.
799.
This guy is a winner through and through, bro. Look at this, bruv. Look at this. Look at this packaging. Look at that packaging with a little window for you to see what is inside. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. And that's the back of it. Let me shorten them for you to see both of them next to each other. Look at that, man. In Embu. No victimhood, no complaint about government and systems and this and that. Just producing. I see here you have added him already. Or you're trying, right?
Yeah, he hasn't.
Yeah, he's there.
Yes,
Ken
already.
Mugambi.
Hey George, how are you?
Boss, man, you don't know how happy I am for you, man. You have no idea.
Man, I'm so excited.
This is crazy.
I am so much excited, man. Thank you so much.
How did you come up? Forget about the product. How did you come up with the packaging? Because hii sio zile za kienyeji za kufunga na ile heated ile unajua ile kakiti ya heated, that heated deal that seals the plastic thing. This is ISO certified quality packaging.
Yeah, man. I was just it was just an idea from my own mind.
Man.
Yeah. That packaging is actually important from China.
There you go. And you can have the MQO. Is that what they call it?
Yes.
You can bring the cost so low when your MQO is so high.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is what we are doing. Actually, we package them as macadamia nuts and cashew nuts, different flavors. We are doing salted, is the one with chili. Both of them, all of them roasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what we are doing in Embu, man.
I shared maybe a video or a still photo of how much I pay for my macadamia in my local supermarket, HEB. I don't know if you chanced on that post on X. It was like...
Yes.
You saw it, right?
On X.
It has to have been X. I went to my local HEB and they have these self-serving things that you put a container there and you put the much you want and then you weigh it yourself. You put the label, and it has the price and a code number. And it was like something like 5,200 per kg equivalent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I saw it. And by the way, from that moment, George, that is when I thought of, how can I talk to George? How can I meet George?
Yeah.
Right from that post is when now I started engaging my mind. Man, when will I meet George? When will I talk to George? Because I saw that as an opportunity.
I'm coming to Embu in very soon. Very, very, very soon.
I cannot wait for you to come.
I want to come there with a full production crew. We sit there, we visit your facility, we sit down, and we will give the whole world your story.
Thank you, man. I look forward to that.
All right?
Thank you.
I am so happy for you, bro. You have no idea. These are the kind of things that, man. This is unbelievable.
And by the way, guys, then George, allow me to say this. I don't know whether it's okay.
Yeah, anything.
The number on that comment 0702345799 is the number to order your nuts with.
Yes.
Call me any time of the day and I will deliver it to you. We deliver countrywide in Kenya.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
What else, bro? That's the mark of the man. Continually improve upon yourself. No victimhood required.
Absolutely. There is no room for excuses.
Man, I'm happy for you, Mr. Mugambi.
Thank you, George.
Thank you. So where do you get cashew nuts from?
Hey, cashew nuts, we get them all the way from Kilifi and Kwale. You know that those are the regions that grow high quality cashew nuts.
Yes, and there's something I want to ask you about. My coffee is ready. One moment. Let me grab my coffee.
Okay.
My father lived in Mombasa all his productive years after he came from the war.
Okay.
And he brought from the coast a lot of fruits and vegetables that are natives of the coast to central Kenya,
All right.
including coconuts. We had a coconut tree in one of our farms where I grew up. And in the farm that we are in right now, there was, when we were growing up, there was a cashew tree. And I'll tell you why I'm giving this story.
Okay.
You know, probably the rest of the people don't. The cashew tree grows a fruit which is called kanzo. The sour fruit on the top. And then on the bottom is the cashew nut. And it's one nut per fruit. And that nut is in a very hard shell. And that shell emits toxic chemicals, a milky toxic chemical that burns your hands. Now my question is, for them to have one packet of cashew nuts, how many cashew nut fruits are involved in making one packet? And how much work goes into shifting this toxic shell, crushing it to get the nut from the inside? It's a two-piece nut inside, and the process of curing it and roasting it and transporting it. The amount of work that goes to filling just one bag.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, George. And you have to make sure you get the best quality of the cashew nuts.
Yeah.
You don't just pick any cashew nuts from anybody. Just make, there are parameters that we look at before, there is the moisture content, there's a lot of things before you can come now and start roasting and packaging. You have to check the quality.
When you look at other countries that produce cashew nuts, probably Bangladeshi or some other poor Asian countries, you see, and maybe southern India because of the climate, you see, it's a women's job. It's a tedious women's job. And when they are doing it in the villages, in the farms, you see them wearing gloves because of the toxicity of the shell that is surrounding the nut.
The nuts, yes.
Have you been to Kilifi and see how they do it?
Well, I have not been there physically, but we have links. We have people who, check for us the quality there. Then we come here, we confirm. We have someone in Kilifi, but I've never been there physically.
So for 1 kg of cashew nut, there has to be more than 100 fruits involved in it.
Yes.
So how large of a scale is the cashew nut production in Kilifi for them to produce something that is viable to be commercially packaged?
Hey, they have to do some. What I try to imagine is that they farm cashews in very big pieces of land.
Yeah.
It's not like our land here in Central where you have 1 hectare of coffee and tea. No, it's not like what is happening in Central Kenya. I think in Kilifi they have one person has to have a lot of hectares.
Yeah.
Like many hectares of cashew nuts for you to be able now to give us like 100 kgs, 200 kgs of cashew nuts.
And have they mechanized the process?
Yeah. Some of them are.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, there are people who are even setting up factories in Kilifi to, they buy now from the farmers in Kilifi and they now sell them in bulk.
Wow.
That is why cashew nuts are very expensive, especially now.
There is nothing I appreciate more than seeing a whole bag of cashew nuts because I know where they come from and the process of getting that nut from the shell.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. That is why I think you will go for 3,000, 3,200.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
And remind us just briefly, because we are going to have a proper conversation. What is your background in college?
Well, in college I did electrical engineering.
Uh-huh.
And then I got employed. I got a contract with Kenya Power. And then they kept on promising us, we'll give you permanent letters. Or after 3 months, we stop. Then we come back after 1 month. Back and forth. Then one day, a friend of mine came and told me, PK, I don't think you're happy in Kenya Power. I don't know how he was able to discern that.
Yeah.
And he was also in the industry of macadamia nuts, and I joined him. He was also starting his own company, and I came on board. That was now 2 years ago, and I started learning the export processing. I started learning what happens in the value addition of macadamia nuts and, the cashew nuts. I got involved now in the industry of exports and value addition. Then, along the way, things happened and we could not work together anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I was over ambitious.
That's a good thing.
The moment I saw what happens in the industry, my mind immediately told me that one day, PK, you will run your brand. I never thought it will be so soon, but
Yeah.
I knew back in my mind that I will run my own brand in the industry. And then last year, things happened, and I had now to start my own brand. Yes, from zero, from nothing, but I had to start it. And that is where the Biomark was born. Actually, the company was not, I didn't form this brand from a very good situation like I had money. No. It was just a dream that I had to put it into actualization. And I just started.
So when you say last year, are you talking about 2024 or 2025?
2025.
No way.
Yeah. The
No
company was,
way.
this was registered in the month of, actually towards the end of 2025.
And
That was,
go ahead.
that was October.
You are that young. You are just barely 4 months old.
Oh, yes. I look like I'm 10 years old.
And I was going to ask you when I almost interrupted you. And you were able to source the machinery from China?
Yes, I'm working with someone.
Okay.
I'm working with someone, not to fully my own machines, but I have at least a share of it there.
Nice. And then you're going to overgrow that the way you did with the other person, and you're going to get your own equipment, and you're going to get your own setup, and you're going to iterate
That's
that
the plan.
production and streamline it in your own way, in your own
That-
style, in your own environment.
Exactly. That is
Yeah.
the plan. That is the plan. And now I'm focusing on the local market as I also look at the international market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. Somebody on the comment section is saying, Mugabe usioe. Are we too late for that advice?
Yeah, a little bit late for that advice. It's okay.
Anatusikiza.
Yeah?
Anatusikiza.
Yeah.
Hatukuwa na ubaya, gutire na uthuku mware, gutire na uthuku mware. No kwaria tukwaragia. Did I get my mail right? Did I squeeze in my Kievu right?
The guy is telling me is your
Man.
But let me tell you, George, you know, you keep on saying that, you know, you've not used, we don't use our brain to its full potential.
Yes.
And I'll give you an example with me and you. I've always been following you, and I knew one day I will talk to you. And look at us now.
We are here.
Don't ask me how I got your number, but the moment I hand your number like this, oh, I knew that we will have a conversation with this guy.
Man, you have no idea how happy I am for you, bro. That is genius. Are you in your 30s or 20s?
I'm in my early 30s.
Man. You see, and then we have Tare Bogora here. 40 years of him acting like a victim. Over and over, complaining about Ruto this, Ruto the other. Where?
Yeah, George, I'm looking forward to you having my product in America.
Bro,
is
that's
one of the biggest-
that's why I want to meet you. We'll talk on the different channel. That's why I want to meet you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to, you know, to see people consuming my product in America.
Look up a company called HEB. It's initials of the owner. His owner, the godfather of the company's name was Herbert E. Burt. So the company is called HEB. It's a supermarket.
HEB.
B for boy. It's initials.
Okay, I'll look at it.
It's initials.
HEB.
HEB. It's the top supermarket in America.
That is where I want my product consumed and sold.
It started in San Antonio. It's spread in a lot of cities in Texas. It's a Texas company.
Okay.
I mean, it got worldwide recognition by how much they were prepared during COVID. They kept Texas fed. And then they chanced on an online delivery company. I think it's called Instacart. Either that or another one. And they bought it. They never disclosed how much they paid for it. Right there in the midst of COVID. Probably paid over $1 billion for it. A B with a B. $1 billion with a B. And that company revolutionized grocery delivery across Texas.
That is it. That is what I'm looking at, George. Growing the company.
Yes.
The next 5 years going to be something big. Let me tell you a story.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you a story of there's a guy called Frederick. He's in China. when I was working with this guy who introduced me to the industry, that is where I got his contacts from, and we started talking. But then he went mute all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And so recently I talked to him. That was towards the end of 2025, around the 20th of December. I talked to him and I asked him, "Hey, friend, how are you?" And he's like, "I'm fine, Ken. What are you up to?" And I told him the story. I've left the where I was working. I'm now working on my brand. I have the brand. This is the product I have, blah, blah, blah. And the guy immediately calls me. And he tells me, "Boy, I was waiting for you to tell me that you have a brand. Send me the products. This year we must export to China."
Uh-huh.
That is what he told me. And now we are in talks. He has clients. We are trying to talk to them. Yes. So, kujiamini tu,
Ndio hiyo bro.
kutia bidii.
Tarabogoro nasikia? Kujiamini.
George, nakusikia bana.
Lazima nikudunge. Sasa hakuna mtu mwingine kwa simu, sasa nitadunga nani? Bro, there is a customer of mine, back to the story of HEB, and they came up with Waterloo. Waterloo, it's a canned beverage, flavored water, just like 50 Cent. Remember 50 Cent had his own water. What was his water called, Mr. Ogona? 50 Cent had water, vitamin water, I think he called it. And when the price was right, 50 Cent sold that water to Coca-Cola. The same thing happened to my customer who started Waterloo. It was in a can that looks just like a Coca-Cola can. It's called Waterloo. It's just flavored water, strawberry, watermelon, just sparkling water, but in a soda pop. He sold that water to HEB for hundreds of millions of dollars. Then he started another company. Let me back up a little bit. If your product is going to be called tequila, it has to be made in Mexico. So he went to Mexico and he talked to a guy that produces tequila, and he became a partner in the branch of distribution in North America. So he bought a share of the distribution of that tequila. I'm not going to mention the name of the tequila. 3 years. A bigger company in Texas, in Austin, Texas, called Tito Vodka. You have seen their vodka at Carrefour in Nairobi. It's a golden yellow bottle. It says Tito's Vodka with a very, very simple handwriting on it. And it says Austin, Texas. That company paid $200 million to buy off whatever my client had created from the tequila company in Mexico. Now, Tito's Vodka has the control of that tequila in 3 years, that tequila had taken #1 spot as the vodka of choice, especially after Didi fell out of glory with whatever that vodka he was selling. This guy took up the market share. And now Tito's Vodka was like, hey, shit, we need to jump into this one. They paid 200 million for the distribution ownership of that company. This is a guy who had just sold Waterloo. Bro, the future is bright. All you have to do is start. Big things are going to come knocking on your door because you got started, Mr. Mugambi. Are you still with me?
Thank you, George. I'm also very optimistic about that.
Keep know these people in real life. All of them interacted with them in real life. So I'll be coming to have that conversation with you in Embu, in person.
Yeah, please come.
When I already have a better plan of the future of the logistic and the distribution of your product outside Kenya.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
I know we love this conversation on a different platform. I know.
Yeah. I'll stay in touch.
Thank you, George. Nawambia Ogola aitishe moja aonje pia yeye.
Ogora ni msoti. Bado anatumia wasichana pesa ya fare alafu anakula. Huyu hajatoka kwa hiyo stage ya kuhudumia dick.
Ogora bana nitakutumia pay bill.
Haina noma.
Ulipe moja hapo nikutumie Nairobi kesho.
Sasa unajua siko around, so maybe hata naweza buy kutumie mtu
one of the baby mamas that you impregnated the last 5 months you were in Kenya. Before the DNA says you are not the father.
Actually, that's what I'm going to do. Mtoto aonje makadamia.
Mtoto aonje makadamia na kaju na tu bwana.
So you can deliver anywhere.
Yes, I can deliver anywhere.
Okay, it's okay.
I will share with you the pay bill number on your WhatsApp so that now you can buy 1 or 2 for baby mama.
He has 6 of those.
Baby mama, Georgia ananilazimisha.
6 of those. Thank you so much, Mr. Mugambi. I'm so happy for you, man. Keep winning, keep growing, keep iterating, keep researching, keep finding new markets, new connections. Surround yourself with the right people and maintain the quality, integrity of your product. And the rest will take care of itself.
Thank you. I am so happy and thank you. I know we'll have a deep conversation when we have a physical meeting. And thank you so much for even, and by the way, from the post you did on Twitter, I got 3 customers.
There you go. There you go. You're going to get more from this. This is a more proactive crowd than the Twitter crowd. These are one-on-ones.
Thank you.
Yes, these are real people.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Asante sana, Mr. Mugambi. Keep winning. All right, we have Collins Mwithia the boy. 100 shillings on Super Chat. Somebody said something here profound. Who was it? There is something I was waiting to read here. If you're sending money on M-Pesa, please comment here because I cannot see the M-Pesa in real time. And I appreciate your M-Pesa. There's somebody who had said something. I think they retracted. I don't know who they are. Somebody had said something very good. So, Mr. Gola.
Then someone saying,
Go ahead.
George. Then someone said that try connecting the other phone on a big speaker so you can hear the other parties clearly.
But it's already connected. You are speaking from here. You guys want me to do some abracadabra magics that I am not familiar with. You are speaking from this one. And it's in full volume. This thing is 8 years old, maybe 9. I'm still working. Nilisikia siku hizi muli nickname Mwaura, the albino guy, with the name of a Bluetooth speaker. What do you call him? What is the popular Bluetooth in Kenya? Bluetooth speaker. JDB or something. Somebody's gonna say it. Ama nimepotea? Ogola, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, George. Nimenyamaza because mi sielewi vitu unasema.
What is the popular name of the Chinese speaker in Kenya, the Bluetooth speaker? JBC or something. What?
It's JBL.
JBL. That is the nickname of the State House spokesman Mwaura. Yes, thank you, Kibara from Kenya 254 and Felix 9443. JBL. So this is a better version of JBL. It is called Boom. Boom UE. I've had it more than 8 years. This thing has been to places and back, and it's still good. So this is the best I can do for now, until I figure out how to work this one. All right, tuko wapi sahi? Wapi M-Pesa? Who has sent M-Pesa? Show me your M-Pesa. Show me your M-Pesa in your WhatsApp message. Usinikarange hapa na uongo. Is there anything else, Mr. Ongola?
Nothing, George. You want to end it?
Do you have any more questions about God and religion and stuff? So let me summarize this.
Something that you were supposed to talk about.
Yes, I was going to talk about the hymen. I asked you before we brought Mr. Mugambi, why do we call virgins innocent? Or the innocence has been taken away. What do you think that is? And thank you so much, Kibara Farms, Kenya, 254. 100 shillings on the super chat. Leo nalala na viatu. Na hata sina viatu. So, Mrs. God wanted to disrupt the perfect will of God to have a family. She wanted to hasten that plan because God was not having a child with her. She came up with, yes, we are going back there, Collins. She came up with this intricate plan of creating a woman in her image. Now we fast forward to the hymen, the mark of virginity. Taj One has sent 200 shillings on the M-Pesa. they say. Is Taj the one on the X? Is that the same Taj? So, the woman has been created in the image of Mrs. God. The nature of Mrs. God now is potentially in the woman. Mrs. God had snuck in there the hymen. As long as the hymen is there, she's innocent. In the context of heaven, not today, in the context of heaven, she is innocent in the sense that she has no idea what the intricate plan of his God is for her being there. Until she's given the assignment to Okota the man with sex. And that first encounter between Eve and Adam takes the innocence away from Eve. But more importantly, which is now the intricate plan of Mrs. God. The reason she put the hymen in there, I'll take you back. Much later, when God wanted to cement a relationship with Isaac, with Abraham, with every other male figure in the Bible, that cementing of the relationship between God and man was done by the sacrifice of the lamb. The lamb is a sign of innocence. The blood is the one that binds the covenant between God and Adam, and God and Abraham, and God and Isaac, and God and every male figure in the Bible. There was always a sacrifice from an innocent lamb. And the blood becomes the bond that bounds the covenant between man and God. This is happening thousands of years later. But Satan knew that from the beginning. She knew the significance of the bond through blood. So when let's create a woman in my image as his helper, and she put in there the hymen, the whole plan was that when she convinces Eve to have sex with Adam, the breaking of the hymen, the result of that is the blood is going to spill. And that blood from the hymen seals the covenant between woman and Mrs. God. And now her innocence disappears and her nature is activated by the breaking of the hymen, and the spilling of the blood connects the woman that was 2 minutes ago innocent with her true nature that Mrs. God put there when Eve was created. So now she is forever bound by the covenant of the spilling of the blood with Mrs. God. I'm using Mrs. God because the word Satan now in the modern day has a negative connotation. And it's the breaking of the hymen that activates the nature of Satan in a woman. Forever. Forever. This girl that we were calling innocent, the moment she loses virginity, that blood binds her with the nature of Mrs. God. Now, she is forever carrying the nature of Mrs. God. Top on that list, manipulation. It's not a bad thing. It's just her nature. We go back to our first life, where I said there is nothing wrong with a woman. When she is manipulative, when she is cajoling, when she is deceptive, it's just her nature. It's not something she can walk away from. She made a covenant through the spilling of the blood by the breaking of the hymen when she's losing her virginity with the nature of Mrs. God. Forever. That's her nature. Now, in closing, remember, she was doing all this to hasten the perfect plan of God to have a family in heaven. And now, obviously, in your modern Christian Bible, that act caused everybody to be expelled from the garden. Right? And Adam and Eve go on to have two different sets of twins. Cain with a creamer and Abel with a Lulua, his twin sister. The fight between Cain and Abel was over who should have which twin to marry. A different story. But now, back to the perfect will of God. It has now been disrupted. Remember, I told you to remind me about the manipulation. It was at this moment, in one of those cool evenings, when God would stroll to have relationship and company and interact with Adam, that he found that the woman, this woman that you gave me, manipulated me into having sex, and now we just discovered we are naked. It was at that moment that God realized he has been manipulated. Remember, God created Adam in his image. So if God is now manipulatable, in the next software update, Adam also now has to be updated to mirror the manipulation of God by his missus and Adam's manipulation by his missus, us, by women. So in the next update of image and likeness of God, Adam was upgraded to be manipulatable, just like God has just discovered. There's something else God did just for himself. When he walked in and he said, Adam, Adam, where are you? He did not know where they were. So he took care of that by becoming omnipresent. So nothing now will ever escape him. He is everywhere. He upgraded his own software to be omnipresent. When he's asking Adam, who told you? He was clueless. He updated his own software to be omniscient, all-knowing, so that now nothing escapes him from this point on. He's everywhere and he knows everything. But that moment is when he upgraded Those two things about himself. And that one about being manipulatable and updated the software of the man, Adam, to also being manipulatable by the woman, which is the woman's specialty to date. Now, let's go back to in closing. I'm looking if there is another M-Pesa. There is M-Pesa, but 200 by Taj One. That one I had mentioned. So now, remember, the perfect will of God has been completely disrupted successfully by Mrs. God. From that point on, we move from the perfect will of God to the permissive will of God. He is still going to have that son, but in a different way. Satan knew that. The woman is always ahead of the game. She knew that God is going to allow a permissive will for him to still have a son. And he was going to do it now in this earth where he threw everybody out. So what did Miss Satan do? He turned a third of the population of angels to herself. In the African Christian Bible, those angels have two names: sons of God and fallen angels. It's very confusing. It's the same people. Those are the angels that Mrs. God turned to herself. A third of the population of the angels in heaven. She turned them against God to herself. Then, more importantly, she sent them to earth to disrupt and delay the birth of Christ. How did she do that? She told them to go to earth and have children with Kikuyu women. Human women. Kikuyu lazima wadungwe. I mean, which is the first woman that have children with anybody that comes from a far land? It's the Kikuyu woman. Na sio kwa ubaya. So, a third of the population, the sons of God, the fallen angels, loyal to Mrs. God, they came to this world and had children with natural women, human women. The product of the angels and natural women, those children are called the Nephilims, giants. If you consciously look up the word Nephilims, it's going to give you this story I'm giving you in reverse. But it's not in the Bible. If you look up the name Lulua or Aklima, it's going to give you the story that Cain had a twin sister and Abel had a twin sister named Lulua and Aklima in reverse. But it's not in the Bible. So the Nephilims now are the product of the sons of God, the fallen angels, and the Kikuyu women. The mission of the Nephilims is to fight and delay the birth of Christ. Because Mrs. God knew ahead of time that God was going to send his loyal angels, Gabriel, and what is the name of the other angel? Michael. legions of angels, the Bible would say, to fight the Nephilims. The mission of the Nephilims is to delay the coming of Christ, the permissive will of God to have a son. So God sends Gabriel and Michael to put up a fight against the Nephilims, the giants, the product of the Kikuyu woman and the fallen angels. And this fight prolonged for a long time. And when they had won, Michael relayed the message back to God that now we have defeated the Nephilims. We can proceed in the next stage. What is the next stage? Look for a candidate to be a surrogate mother for God's son, incoming Mary, the Virgin Mary. Why did she have to be a virgin? You guessed it. Innocent. The hymen is in place. Why did Angel Gabriel give the power of overcoming natural way of getting pregnant with this virgin that is innocent? It's because any natural way of impregnating a woman activates the blood covenant between a woman and Mrs. God. So Gabriel had to bypass the breaking of the hymen so that the lamb that is always innocent in God's covenant between man and God in the sacrifice of the spilling of the blood, that lamb, the virgin woman, stays innocent. So your African Christian God would say, Virgin Mary got pregnant through the power of the Holy Spirit. They bypassed sex. Your Bible would also say that the Savior of the world faced sin head on. For the nature of the woman to be activated so that she is in covenant with Mrs. God, the hymen had to be broken so that that blood becomes the seal of the covenant between woman and the nature that is Mrs. God's nature. But if the innocent lamb, innocent virgin is pregnant through the power of the Holy Spirit, the hymen is still active, is still present, is still intact. In natural way, if you push it in, it activates. The breaking of the seal activates the nature of the woman, the evil. Now we can, from this point on, we can call it evil. But when it's intact, and the Virgin Mary is pregnant, and now the permissive will of God of having a child with this surrogate mother is about to happen, and the seal is there. If it was broken from the outside to inside, it activates the covenant between man and woman and Mrs. God. But now Jesus comes, and when she's getting born, with his head, he pushes out, not in, the seal that would have been the covenant that would seal the nature of and activate the nature of woman and God. He pushes in his birth, he pushes that seal that represents the sinful nature of woman out. That's why the Bible says He faced sin head on. When Jesus was getting born, he pushed the seal outside. And so the Bible would also say he was born blameless, because he was being born by this woman whose nature of Satan has not been activated by her, in her, and the seal of the covenant of the nature of the woman was not broken from outside in, it was kicked out. And so he was born blameless. And now Gabriel and Michael and all the regions of the angels, they win a big one for God. That one is not in your Bible. Don't go looking. There is nothing you have not read in the Bible that you're going to go look. It's not there. But the sadaka that you were going to take to church, I am your pastor now. Look at me. I am your Pastor Moiro now. Captain Tony, 9581. Why is it said, he who fights a wife fights a good thing? Somewhere in the Bible, despite the awakening moments of God. No. He who fights a good wife fights favor in God. That's how rare a good wife is the context of the text. Na hiyo Gora alikuwa ananiita kafiri 10 minutes ago. Wedaji church zamani Bible. Hiyo nimejua aje.
Yeah, George, I came to realize that most atheists, they are so good when it comes to knowing whatever the Bible says.
Did you say
They
atheists?
can always quote.
Are you referring to atheists?
Yes.
Atheists are confused humans. Don't associate me with atheism. That's an insult to my God.
No, I'm just pointing that out. Because
Yeah, but don't put it in the context of you having said that I don't read the Bible, I don't believe in God. Now you go ahead and call me atheist. Ooh, boy. Atheists are confused humans. It's the same trajectory you wanted to go by asking, na huyu Mungu mwenyewe alitoka wapi? You want to have that impossible conversation. That's what atheists do. They muddy the water ad hominem. Collins Muitia, the boy, is saying, Sasa, all that sounds convincing, but that doesn't mean we have to worship Mary again, calling her holy, but it explains why she is called holy. No. Mary went ahead to have 3 more sons that are recorded. We don't know how many daughters, but he had James and what was the name of the other son? I want to say Peter, but it's not Peter. I know 2 of the 3 names. I can't remember the other names. There were 3 recorded sons of Mary. Her assignment was done, just like the surrogate mother that she was. She went on to be a natural mother and giving birth to Joseph's children. The need to worship him is from where we started, African Christian religion. They want to create an image so that they can transfer their responsibilities and accountability to this image they have created. I am now referring to Catholicism. Yes, John, exactly. James and John, and there is another son that are known. Women were not recorded there. but 3 sons, James, John, and another boy. No, Mary is not in the context of historical facts. After that assignment, she was not any other superior than your mother and my mother. Because she went on to become. Remember, this woman was Jude. Everybody, somebody knows all of them. This is Mogambi, the macadamia guy. James, John, and Jude. Yes.
No, I'm seeing Joseph, not Jude.
No, Joseph is their father. Remember that. Joseph is their father. So at the very least, we know 3 of the sons. I know for a fact there were 3. If there are more, I don't know. I know there were women. Women were not recorded at the time. So Collins, I have now explained the Kyokoto of God. And what he did about it, he upgraded his own software to be manipulatable. And then he added 2 more of omnipresent and omniscient. Knowing all and being everywhere. So that there is no more bright side in him. And our man has to have a continuous relationship with the nature of God to know how to navigate the Kyokoto by the woman. Because God's Kyokoto did not end at the Garden of Eden. Satan is still following on her plan of destruction here on earth to a point of wanting to delay the birth of Christ. If you are an Anglican, the CPK, the Anglican Church of Kenya, there is that ceremony that is done after the mother has given birth. When she heals, she brings the baby to church. In Kikuyu, we call it Goshokorerwo. If you pay attention to the verse of the Bible they read when they are shokorera in that newborn baby, it's in the reference of the fight between Angel Gabriel and the faithful angels of God and the Nephilims. And it says there, they quote the Bible, I can look it up right now, but there's no need. It says, the watchers of the city stay awake at night in vain. The Nephilims were also called the watchers. In modern 21st century religion, that's why you hear people talking about monitoring spirits. In the 90s, when the Episcopalian, this new wave of evangelical wave came in, they would say that, hey, if you see a fly patching on your shoulder, it's making you tired because it's actually a monitoring spirit from the devil. Bullshit, but the essence of that is from the Bible. The Nephilims were the watchers because they were watching over to delay the birth of Christ. And the fight between them and the faithful angels of God, led by Gabriel and Michael, was of Psalms 127:1. There you go. Psalms 127:1. Bible, Psalms 127, verse 1. Why would I have poor connection? Psalms 127, 1. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman keeps awake in vain. That is sticking it to the nose of the Nephilims when they are bringing a newborn baby in the Anglican church. That's the only one I know. In that Goshokorero ceremony, they are referring to the angels of God winning that fight over the fallen angels, the sons of God, in delaying the birth of Christ. So this newborn baby here is a victory similar to the one of Jesus having been born blameless. That's why they refer to this verse in the Bible when they are doing that ceremony of thanking God for the birth of the new baby. Whoever said that, genius. Thank you for referring to the actual text. Kwino doge. Hey, na leo Ogolla, kwani umepewa horror pass ya the whole year by your Ugandan woman that you are still free to speak freely.
Huko nilitoka bwana.
How do we know?
Sini mimi nakushow.
Uliokotwa? You are in the company of men. You can speak the truth, Ogolla. Uliokotwa.
Sikuokotwa, niliokotana bro.
Uliokotwa. Ogolla, it's okay. We have all been okotwad. I was okotwad in my recent trip to Kenya. There's nothing new. Kama hii story tunaongea God aliokotwa. Sebuse mimi. Again, if you are new here, we are trying to push Mr. USIU page to get to 1,000 subscribers. His page is called Chill Out Records. Chill Out Records, one word with an S at the end. Please take a moment, find that page. Chill Out. I'll write it so that it can get highlighted in my own host color. Chill Out Records. Ogolla, can you check how many subscribers he has so far?
Okay, on it. Let me check.
Yeah, so my name is going to show up in a golden color. There you go. So it's easier to find it. Chill Out Records. We were almost there to get to 1,000.
920.
920. 80 to go.
Yes.
80 to go. Tell the story, George. What story?
Talking about the story of you being Kwakotwa in Kenya.
Oh no, I was trying to just encourage you to speak yours. Come on. Mimi ni okotwe. Mimi.
George, you remember there's a time you started talking about, you started having Sunday services on X.
Yes.
You can do it here on Sundays. It now becomes a norm.
Good idea, mister. And this is a more receptive crowd. These are people who are invested in my product because they are subscribers and followers, and they are actively participating in the conversation. And the conversations is mutual. It's in relation to what we are talking about when they comment. It's not those loser haters that are in the losers club. That's a very good idea. Nimechoma ama niendelee na kuchoma.
Because you see, George, most of the times you nakanga X to semeada for I mean, I remember there's a time you used to be there for hours.
Yes.
You can always take that time to be here, because the more you stay here, the more unapata more followers, and the more you stay here, the more people put something in your pocket.
And more importantly, if you haven't noticed, let me disclose to you. I do better in conversations when you ask questions. And now you can type anything here and I'll create a whole topic out of it. There's just so much I can plan to say on my own organically. But if you cue me with questions, then I expound. Like the story we just talked about, Mrs. God. It was just somebody saying something. It's not something we plan to talk. And yes, to your point, it is 3 p.m. in Austin, Texas. My appointment with Mr. USIU was at 9 a.m. From 9 to 3. Those are 6 hours, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like we just started. Because some of you are now just joining. Which is why we want you to go to Chill Out Records and follow Mr. USIU. So he can continue giving us those stories of jamba that he always gives us. Chill Out Records. You can see it in my name. There's a golden comment. There's a golden handle. That name right there. Chill Out Records. Please, please, please follow that guy. I mean, subscribe to that guy's page. Or somebody saying, I can get a system. This is Ben Metombo. Or I can get a system that connects directly both on YouTube and X. Kipe is doing that. Essentially, well, not with YouTube, but with any other platform. He has a way to do that. Yeah. It's going to happen. The moment I figure out how to work this thing. Remember, I never asked you to help me to buy this thing. Tuma M-Pesa. And I also have M-Pesa now. You will never have sleep. 074 1078 69 3. I will never forget it now. When I was sharing it earlier, I forgot the 4. Somebody said there was a number missing. How do you people know what kind of watch I'm wearing? You people know more than you pretend not to be knowing. You even know how to spell the word Adamapage. I don't even know how to spell it. Na nimevaa Adamapage. It's called AP in short.
Actually, George, I wanted to ask you about that story.
Which one?
About your watch.
This particular one here?
And you know, I'm shocked that George is shocked about all that. I mean, George, unajua Kenyans ni monitoring spirits.
That's the spirit of the Nephilims. If you didn't know, now you do.
Yeah.
That monitoring spirit actually originated from the Watchers, the products of the foreign angels and the Kikuyu women, the Nephilims. Kikuyu women, usinichukie. Hakuna acha niachie hapo. Goja kidogo, Mr. Mugambi. Peter Ngetich is saying, George, I have a question. I will want to break up with my baby mama. How to go about co-parenting? No, you are looking for somebody to blame for your kiokoto. You want me to be the one. George Diarisema. If you're asking the question, it's because you know the solution. You just want somebody else to have been the one who said it. Usinibringie. Usinibringie. Wataka kuniharibia jina yangu huko nje. Useme George ndiye anaambiaga watu. Mimi siambiagi watu chochote.
Umesema utamuadvise alafu usiku aende apewe wiki.
Alafu
Aseme George ndiye aliniambia.
And then they form up a team against me. Wewe, you are breaking families. Wewe, unasema watu waachane na watoto. Wewe, na tulia na wewe uko na mtoto na uko na watoto na sisi tunatuambia tuache wetu. Wewe.
You know, and after they have done that thing, now they are like, anaambiwa na
reset to zero. Yes.
Anaambiwa na demu yake, unaonanga by the way vile George uongea against women.
Misogynist. Woman hater.
And then the guy will be there.
By the way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Jamaa by the way.
Na kweli, na niweka ya kama ndo kujandola hau. Hata sikuwa nimeona hivyo. Did you hear how he put the question? I'll read it halfway and you will think he's going this direction, except he's going the other direction. Watch this. George, I have a question. I will want to break up with my baby mama. You think that is the question? But then there is a second part. How to go about co-parenting. This guy...
But George...
One moment.
George.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I'll remember mine.
So, he hasn't even broken up with the baby mama, but he wants the advice.
And...
Of how to co-parent.
And... what he's scared of is the label deadbeat dad. That's the context. He wants to kiboi. But he wants the blame on me. Mimi ndiye nilimwambia a kiboi when the feminists give him that label of deadbeat. Hii ni mtego, Mugabe.
He wants you advising how to break up with the baby mama and still get some sex.
Uongo yake.
Once in a while.
Uongo yake. He wants to create a new enemy in his ex or whatever the baby mama's title is. Unaona huyo ana advise watu. Hebu enda kwa page yake uone vile anatuzanga watoto wake. Sasa shida akituonyesha watoto wake na sisi anatuambia tutupe wetu. Ndio kiomaga.
George tumwadvise tu kama anataka.
Goja. I'll kick you out. One moment. Hello? Mr. Gara.
Ni haja IQ.
Is this Mr. Cyprus?
Yeah, it's me.
You good?
So you're calling. I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I cannot complain.
So, full disclosure, the reason I was calling you is because I was... Si usikize. Haujajifunza kusikiza umbwa hii.
Nasikiza. Nasikiza.
I was on a YouTube live and people in the live told me to call Mr. Cyprus.
Kweli.
I am still on that YouTube live. Right now, there is 100 people listening to you. They are actually the ones who changed your name from Mr. Gara to Mr. Cyprus. So they want to know kama ulitoka kwa the useless WhatsApp group.
nitoka sahii niko tu poa, but siko kwa group.
Who is in the group?
Nilitoka kitambo.
Who is in the group?
I think no one, or maybe no one.
So you are trying to push a very artificial and natural relationship.
Man, I fumbled.
And you have convinced that you are taking control of the admin so that you can hand it to your father so that he can lead like the man. Who gave you those responsibilities? So who was the last person you spoke to in your family?
Since the last time.
December. From December to now, who is the last person that you spoke to? The most recent person you have spoken to?
That was my dad. That was the latest, very latest.
How long ago?
Let's say 1 week.
How did that go?
Let's say like when I show speed was in Kenya, I think even some days.
That's 2 days ago.
Hi.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hi. Yes. It was just okay. It was not bad. Greetings.
But you wanted to have a relationship with your father on condition that he stays. Well, you wanted to have a conversation with your father on condition that he stays in this useless family WhatsApp group. Huoni hiyo ilikuwa upuzi?
Hapo nilikuwa na utoto kidogo, kile natuombe isha.
So you're having a good relationship with your father, real conversations. Sio kumtupia maswali na problems za Cyprus pahali hajawahi enda.
Aja. Sasa naangalia vile naweza tengeneza pesa tu. Sitaki nini. Hizo yake na sina pesa do. Without money.
Lazima usote ndio upate kichwa na akili ya kutafuta pesa pahali huko. Sio kuitisha pesa kutoka Kenya. Hakuna pesa Kenya ya kutuma Cyprus. Ama? So are you doing after school work? Employment? Jobs?
Right now, I'm teaching myself how to trade. I'm teaching myself how to trade.
And then?
Then now, after let's say 1 month, can start slowly.
What are you trading?
Teaching myself how to do forex. There's someone who is showing me that I can do it.
The Nigerians?
Huh?
The Nigerians?
Nigeria.
So?
Ikiweza kuwa mzuri, at least mambo itakuwa mzuri. Mambo inaweza kuwa, things can become okay.
So what are you trading on? What are you trading on?
I'm just learning how I can to trade. I just started a long time ago. Hello?
Yeah, nakusikia. I was trying to add somebody who had asked for you to see if they have a question for you. Or they are back. Taleb. Ogola.
I got live.
You are muted, mister. If you are speaking, we cannot hear you. He's having trouble. He is the one who had asked for you.
Are you alive? You're alive?
I told you that at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So how long are you going to be there?
Maybe 4 years.
Oh,
4 years.
is that long?
No. Yeah. Yeah. I might not know. Maybe when the time finishes, that's when the roughness. Maybe when it's okay, when it's smooth, it won't be long. But when it's rough, it can be long. But it will be. I don't think it's very long. 4 years.
So you don't know how long you're going to be there, or you know how long you're going to be there?
It will be 4 years. 4 years.
4 years. Why do you always sound like somebody else should know the things you should be knowing? What happens there?
No, I'm saying it should be 4 years because that's when I'll be graduating after. Maybe after 4 years is when I'll be graduating.
And will you get a break to visit Kenya or no?
I can come on. I didn't want to reveal my identity because some people may hear their life and know me. But
what could possibly go wrong
Yeah.
if people know you?
Huh?
What could possibly go wrong if people know you?
As far as I don't Julika, I don't think it'll be a big thing.
Of what?
I don't think there'll be a big thing.
No, you are the one who introduced
Maybe
that fear. I want to know where it's coming from.
Huh?
You are the one who is introducing the fear of hutaki kujulikana.
Simba nikijulikana sawa tu na shida.
Ukobali kidogo, we will have to catch up when you become a little bit more mature. Sinyi ndio mnakuwa don't care kids of Nairobi. Mnadaga huko pale Ngara kwa mtu mnapiga watu geta. Now all of a sudden you are afraid of strangers.
Lakini siwezi mind. God, I'll be there. It's okay.
All right, man. You will call me when the fear is over.
No, I'm okay. I'm not afraid. I'm okay. I'm not afraid.
I don't know what to do with the fear, bro.
Sina uoga. Nilikuwa tunasema sikuwa hiyo nini. Sina fear. Niko tu sawa. I'm okay.
Tare Bogora, come back. The guy who wants to run away from baby mama, he is giving us more context. Tare Bogora and what's the name of the other guy? Mugambi, if you're still there, or Peter Ngetich, send me your WhatsApp number so that I can call you. We have that talk now, if you want to. Peter Ngetich.
Mine? Oh.
No, I'm talking to somebody else. Are you there, Mugambi?
Yes, George. I'm here.
So the guy who wants to run away, the guy who wants to know about the baby mama, he is saying, the question is, how much should I be invested into the life of the child and not become a deadbeat dad? Si nilikwambia? Did I not tell you, bro?
He is the same guy you are talking to.
No, this is a different guy. No, we are back.
Oh.
We are back to the guy who is saying, how am I going to navigate co-parenting with the baby mama? And now the second part of that statement is, I wish to run away with the child, but she's holding on to it. You see? That's why I was withholding any comment, because I knew this guy is coming from a very twisted part. He's looking for somebody to blame for having said, huyu ndiye aliniambia.
Exactly. He is looking for, someone or a situation to blame.
Yep.
For his, predicaments.
100%. This is a thug. This is a thief.
How do you advise someone to run away with a child?
Bro, he wants somebody to blame for what he has already planned. He was looking, I used to see people do that to Kibe all the time, and Kibe would catch it on the dial.
Yeah. And I don't know why we are Kenyans are, we're so good in blaming someone for your own shit.
Why does it say Ogola is on? Are you on, Ogola?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Did you see the full context of the guy with the baby mama?
Yes, I saw it. But now, that's what I was saying before we dropped, that, the best thing to do for him is to call you on your other number, where you encourage people to give their stories. There's something beneath that.
Yeah.
He'll just call you directly, and then you have that conversation with him, and then you post it, if he is actually genuine with the story.
Yeah, there is a very deep story here. But I am very judgmental because of something psychologists call theory of mind. What I had said before he added this context still stands. He is afraid of being called a deadbeat dad. He just said it himself after the fact. And now he has this criminal enterprise idea of running away with a child. He wants to kidnap his own child. So he wants that bad advice to encourage him to do that, because he does not want to support the child when the child is with the mother. So he is looking for somebody to tell him, kama hata kupea mtoto, basi usimsupport. Ukikosa kumsupport, watakuita deadbeat. Lakini George ndiye aliniambia, kama hata nipea mtoto, nimsupport. He is looking for somebody to pick up the blame. Haitakuwa George Nganga. Unfortunately.
And George, do you realize that he wants you to advise him? He has two problems already. He is still with the baby mama. And he also wants you to advise him on what to do after they've separated with the baby mama. He's still with the baby mama.
Yes. He wants that to be my plan. He wants to execute my plan because he does not have the guts to execute the same exact plan. So he wants to feed it to me, and then I repeat what he says, and then he says, George ndiye aliniambia. Haya ni Marco.
And then I still I think he also has that fear of, what will people say if I move out? I no longer support the baby. He has that mentality. What will the society say about me?
Bro, I am so far gone away from what would people say that I don't even have anything to say to somebody who is still there. It is so much of a fallen language, of a fallen state of being, for me even to go back there and try to relate with somebody who is still feeling, what will the people say? What will the society say? What will the church say? What will the community say? What will my friends say? I don't know what that is anymore. Alafu Kibara Farm Kenya 254 nasema alafu upate mtoto sio wake. You see? Fanya DNA kwanza, alafu kuja tuongee. Hata Rico RT amemwambia the same thing. Fanya DNA kwanza. Usitubringie.
Yeah. Before tumwambie vile atatoka na atatoroka na mtoto, afanye DNA.
Tujue kwanza mtoto ni wake, asitubebeshe kazi ya kupaka mbwa rangi. You know, I don't know if they have that in Kimeru, in Kiembu. You know that Kikuyu saying that says negiaita na dumo. Do you know what that means? It has beaten itself in Swahili, they would say. Kimeumana.
Kimeumana. Wetu tunasemanga nikia vianjenga.
Aha, ndio hiyo sasa. Ulikuwa unagoja unga ikakupea jenga.
Ikakupea mawe.
Fulani yake imeharakashana. Kiokoto left, right and center. Fanya DNA kwanza. Ni George aliniambia. That's what he wants. Alafu ataambia baby mama, George aliniambia nifanye DNA. Exactly. Akishikwa, unajua, watu wa red pill, sijui masculinity, sijui nini, aliniambia waliniweka doubt mpaka nikafanya DNA. After ameshikwa. Kama kabahanye.
Najua akiokoto ni atapata akili. Reminded me of what you told the other guy. Huyu mwenye umetoka tu kupigia saa hii.
Yeah.
You were telling him tafuta mzungu huko akupige character development.
Ndio uachane na upuzi ya Kenya. Kufuata what is going on with your father and your mother and your sister and your sister's baby. Make yourself busy with character development over there. Oh man, guys, this is a lot of fun. What the hell? What are we doing here? Holy moly. Where? Hey, this guy, what is his name? He's going to run away. Peter Ngetich. Write me a message right now on this phone number. This is +1 512 738 6400. Write me a message right now, Mr. Ngetich. I'm guessing it's not the same guy who told me that his wife amemtoka. There's another guy who gave me a story. Bibi yake amemtoka, amemwachia kijana, ameenda na msichana. He was on my messages the other day. This December. We've been talking for 4 months. And the first time he talked, I gave that story on Kibe Life with me. I told him that daughter there is not yours. That's why she left with that one and left you with the son. And then he discovered there is a guy that they have known each other forever that found him a job. Chanced on their conversation on Facebook. And they say, oh no, it cannot be the father of my daughter because they know each other for 7 years. 2 weeks later, oh, yeah, they know each other for 9 years. Now it's starting to make sense. 3 weeks ago, he was telling me, oh no, I don't want to do DNA because that Muschana is a photocopy of me. Kinuthia, lie to yourself and believe your own lies. Usiniingize kwa uongo zako.
Ameambiwa msichana kuna masikio inakaa ya baba yake.
The traditional way. They looked at the child traditionally and said, this one is yours. Don't listen to those misogynists.
Forehead inakaa ya kwao.
Don't listen to those misogynists. Yeah? I wish I can remember what his name is. I would have added him here. What is that guy's name? I think his name is Peter. Let's see. Peter, if it can give me... let's see. I will find you. I will find you. Bro, these people, they know exactly what they need to do. They want, because the society they live in of what watasema nini, sijui anasema nini, they are looking for a scapegoat of their indecision. Kibara Farm Kenya 254 anasema kama waliokota mpaka daktari wa DNA mwenyewe, wewe ni nani Kinuthia? The guy who does DNA discovered that the child is not his. What is this guy's name? I will find him. I will find this guy. He is in one of my chats. Maybe I have put him in the... I will find this guy. I will find this guy. When I see the name, I will recognize it. All right, so he's not in the archive, so he's in the front. What is this guy's name? Yes. Babu Mjeule is his name. Let me see. Come here. Add person. See, Babu. You guys still on?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we are here.
It can add more than 3 people, right?
Yes.
Let's see if it's gonna work. Now, because it's in a group, I cannot see if it's ringing or calling until he answers or not. You probably not answer.
And then you see, IQ, this is even better. If you can get away to always pin that link up there, and then these guys that are always giving you stories, when they're just in the open, you can just add them, and then it becomes a real-time thing. It can gain more traction.
Yeah, but do that on the computer, right?
Yes.
Rally Juma 2548 in Qatar is saying he show ni moto. Asante Lali, tuma mpesa tukuamini. Taj one is the one who had sent mpesa sometimes back. I don't know why I'm thinking it's a woman. Is asking what is your rationale for fast decision making that has long-term focus. Now, in abstract, as we wait to see if that guy is gonna come. In abstract, fast decision making, there is a psychological term, two different terms, that explain people who take so long to make a decision. Analysis paralysis, and what is the other one that says dissonance? What is the first term of the dissonance?
Cognitive.
Cognitive dissonance, yes. Okay? Cognitive dissonance and analysis paralysis. Those are the terms explaining people who have difficulty sticking up with making a decision. So there is something wrong in delaying making a decision, which is my point, than in making fast decisions. Nimepotea ama najieleza. There are psychological terms there to explain difficulty in people being quick and efficient in making a decision. Then there are terms to explain making a decision quicker. That's all you need to know about decision making. Cognitive dissonance and analysis paralysis. The more you delay in making a decision, the more you keep weighing in all these things, it creates a situation where in cognitive dissonance, you second guess the decisions you made because you are presenting yourself in the psyche with what could have been in the outcome. The best thing in socioeconomics to do is to go with the organic decision that just came to you and then mitigate the effects and the repercussions of that decision. Trust where that thought came from. Not the dilly-dallying in cognitive dissonance and not the dilly-dallying in the analysis paralysis. The organic decision itself. Nobody will tell you better than Mugambi. He is where he is because he beat the bullet. I think you told us 3 different scenarios where you made the decision to start under somebody else, and then you made a decision to separate with this other person. Those are instantaneous decisions that yield results better and more effectively and more long-lasting than you dilly-dallying on whether you're making the right choice. I hope I'm making myself clear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Your ability to make instant decisions and quickly is very, very important.
They hire CEOs who have that quality. In the corporate world, they have put a monetary value in decision making in CEOs, and they pay premium for people who think on their feet, which is what they would say.
Yes.
Look at I'm not going to remember her name. Her last name is Myers. She was the CEO of Yahoo. What was her first name? She struggled. Look it up, Ogola. She struggled with the decision of allowing people to work from home when it was not popular. Marisa, thank you. Agon Forge. Yes, Marisa Myers. She would have been the success story of people working from home. Analysis paralysis got in the way. This is before there was ever a need like COVID for people to work at home. She dilly-dallied with that decision. She kept second guessing in the dissonance aspect of the psychoanalysis with that decision she had made until she watered it down. Watch the Netflix show about Elon Musk and his kabooms. It's called Back to Space. Then you see the opposite of that. You make a decision and you stick with it, and then iterate it, and tweak it, and build on it, and study with it. I was listening to a podcast. It's the Something Project. A very good customer of mine told me about it. It's about leadership in the corporate world. And this guy was being asked of the results of a success story that I gave this story to Kibe during our live interaction, that made his company a $144 million company. And he was asked, where would you say the success came from? It is the ability to stick with the first idea of making a decision that comes to you. And then you mitigate the effects of that. And you stick with it. And you streamline it. And you tweak everything to align with that instantaneous decision that you just made. The Something Project. It's a podcast for people in the corporate world. A very, very profound story. Everything that is successful in this world, everything, 100% of everything, is because an idea came to them and they acted on it. Everything. Michael Dell building a computer from the garage of his parents' house. Zuckerberg with the original Facebook about creating a platform where students would share coursework together. That spark, instantaneous, spontaneous acting on that thought that just came to you is what wins 100% of the time. A 100% of the time. Every success story, you look at it, it has that aspect of jumping into making a decision that just pop up. If you dilly-dally in the analysis paralysis or dissonance, what is the other name for with dissonance? Ogola? Cognitive dissonance. Those two psychological terminologies explain the death of instantaneous decision. I hope I'm making my point clear. Every success story, this Mugabe here, when we finally get to sit with him, I will ply out of him the decisions he has made along the way. And the hallmark of it was that sticking to the instantaneous decision that just popped up from his head. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning when an idea come to me, and I text myself to the other phone so that when I wake up in the morning, I don't forget what that instantaneous thing was. So that when I wake up, I act on it. It's sitting on the other phone as a new message. I act on it. That is the whisper from God himself, the universe that Ogola was bringing up. If you dilly-dally in the cognitive dissonance, if you dilly-dally in analysis paralysis, that is the voice of the devil. Oh, man. Tuko pamoja?
Ya, tuko pamoja.
Kabisa. Tuko pamoja.
Yes. Kibara from Kenya. He's saying something you said on the podcast that I was doing without knowing is the ability to make swift decisions after a failed one. How fast you turn around the failure. What I wish I had said in the Kibe, he is referring to the Kibe life that we had in Kenya, is, in the context here is, when you make a decision, when you make a mistake, you find yourself at the bottom of a pit that you just dug yourself in. Whether you wallow there for a year or for 5 minutes, the end result will be for you to get out of the pit, the mistake. I should have said then that is the problem with people in a bad marriage. They waste a lot of time down there, while all along, canceling this thing, walking away from this thing, adding this thing is the only viable solution to that mistake down there. The longer you linger in a bad relationship, it's just the two of you, and you just discovered it's a wrong relationship. The longer you linger there, then the children get born in this dysfunctional, dangerously functioning relationship. What are you doing? You are digging deeper into the fucking mess that you should have fixed by simply walking away the moment you realized you fucked up. So now, 85, 86, 90% of marriages are down there in the pit. And they keep digging, and they keep digging, and they keep digging, and they keep digging, and they keep digging. And then they come out here in the normal world, and they are trying to justify through religion and culture and hypocrisy why that thing is not a bad thing. 3 o'clock in the morning, they know they are in a shit relationship. But they dug themselves so deep for so long, they no longer see a way out. I should have said that in Kibe space, in Kibe life. Majority, a big, huge percent of marriages are actively piling up mistake after mistake from the original mistake, where if they acted on time, in time, the damage would have been minimal. It's the only time the damage is minimal. The day after, the damages keep increasing. But we will never hear that story from the married people because they have given up on themselves. So now, it's like when somebody tells a lie, you have to continually create more lies to line up with the lie, the original lie you told. That's why liars are perpetual liars. They call them pathological liars. It's because they started with one lie And then spiral and spiral and spiral. And this guy, they can never open their mouth and say the truth. That's where married people are, married men. Women operate on a whole different... A married woman in a bad relationship is having a very good relationship somewhere else. Married people don't want to hear, married men don't want to hear that. There is no desperate woman in a marriage. What she's lacking from you, she's getting it from somewhere else. You cannot you are the only one in a bad relationship.
Hey, George, are you still there?
I think he has gone to make tea, something.
I don't know why I feel like you guys are sitting here waiting for me to explain myself. What did I just say? If a couple is in a bad marriage, it's only the man who is in a bad marriage. It's only the man who is in a bad marriage. Because when a man is in a bad marriage, he's not getting that which he should have gotten inside the marriage. But the woman is getting it somewhere else. 100% of the time. She will drag you into your misery and she enjoys life elsewhere because she responds to nature. You serve humanity. She serves nature. So if you're in a bad marriage, this woman is not going to give you children. But she's going to get pregnant somewhere else and bring the child for you to serve humanity inside this broken relationship. That is not your child. She is still responding to nature. She is still reproducing with the right man. She denied you sex. She's getting it somewhere else. She denied you children. She's getting them somewhere else. But she brings all those burden to you because your duty is to serve humanity. Her duty is to respond to nature. There is nobody who knows that better than the Nigerians. 87% of DNA testing are coming up, whatever you want to call negative or positive, that the mother, the father is not the father, the man is not the father of the children. The woman continues having nature, where she is happy because the marriage is not producing for her. But you are miserable here, and she will do everything to punish your weakness. While she goes out there, get pregnant for other men, and then cuckoo the children to you, for you to serve humanity in this dysfunctional, dangerous refunctioning relationship. But she is getting fulfillment, 100%. You have seen those videos that you're making. Tell me if you have seen this one on X. My wife in public until she sees me. Ogola, have you seen those videos?
Yes, I've seen them. And George, I wanted to say, see, this is the same thing where you get a child with a woman, and then they subject you into paying child support, and they cling on that child, denying you access, but they're still married to another guy.
Bro, is that not what
Yeah,
Ngetich
maisha yake
is that
inaendelea
not
tu.
what Ngetich is trying to put himself into right now? Is that not what Ngetich is asking me to show him to that direction of misery? But now
Exactly the thing.
back to the videos on X. You all have seen that video. Is the husband in public spotting his wife before the wife spots him? And she's having a smile and having a good time. And then when they connect with the husband, she puts that bad face. Because she has a duty to make your life miserable. When you are not in the picture, she is happy as can be. They are the ones showing us those pictures. Probably they don't know that is the interpretation I'm giving. There is one, when you look at the video, the last one is the woman coming happy, just being a normal woman in public, and then she opened the car door and her face changes. She frowns on the man because her duty now is to punish this weak man who is still in a dysfunctional relationship. She is not in that relationship. This man is that relationship by himself. The woman is getting sex. The woman is getting attention. The woman is getting company. The woman, in most cases, is getting children outside of this miserable relationship. But she will keep you there and punish you to your unnatural death. I am a social observer. I am not making this stuff up. I don't know these people. I just see what they show us. Do we still have the married man? Umeanza kujishuku?
Umesikia mpaka amependuka.
Bro, there is not a single woman who is in a bad relationship. You think you are in a bad relationship with her. No. Her job in that bad relationship of yours is to punish your weakness. That is her role to nature. I don't know which language to say this in. You staying in a bad relationship is a weakness. Nature cannot allow a man to be weak. And we can change from a human male to a lion male. The moment the male lion becomes weak, nature separates itself from it. And it's the duty of the female to punish the weakness in a male so that that weakness does not multiply. Remember, a woman serves nature. They are in sync. The cosmic rhythm. Nature cannot have weakness in its ecosystem. So when a man becomes weak, the woman is activated to punish that weakness and to deny that man from reproducing. That's why that woman goes and gets children elsewhere and zingizia the man. Because she is doing two things for nature. Reproducing with the right person and punishing the weakness at home. There's no evil woman, bro. There is no evil woman at all. This is not things that they are given multiple choices and they say, okay, I'm going to do this. No, these are direct, instantaneous, natural reaction to their natural calling. Punish weakness. They produce with the strongest. Now, you understand why 87% of paternity tests are saying the father is not the biological father of the child in Nigeria. Because Nigeria is overpopulated by weak men. The women have a duty to punish that weakness in men. So they emasculate the men to a point where now the men are worshipping the woman, pedestalizing them and making songs and skits and movies and Nollywood and songs to praise this woman because of her strength. And then getting children from a few strong men they can access and bringing that child home to continue punishing the weakness of this man by him raising the children that are not his. She is responding to nature. There is no evil woman in this world. Not one. When they break, they become feminists. Now, those ones, they wear pins and paint their hair so that we can recognize these ones are no longer women. These are broken things. And what is their common identity? They hate men. But the woman who is still serving nature, she is in the bad relationship that you are in on your own, not with her. Her job is to make you miserable. Her job is to deny you sex. Her job is to make sure you never cheat. Her job is to make sure if she catches you cheating, she punishes you socially and economically, but she continues cheating. Because hers is not cheating. Her is service to nature. Mimi sio wenu na women sio wenu. Mimi, I'm just relaying the message. Mimi sina ubaya.
Nasema Mugambi hazikati.
They say don't kill the messenger.
So Benimi Tombo is asking, are most women covert feminists? No. Feminist is a broken version of a woman. That is no longer a woman. Today, I saw a video somewhere in the Western world. Let's even say it's America. And there is a big pond. And there are some ducks in the pond. It's a public place with a lot of people. And there is a woman who is scaling the barrier of the pond because she is angry that a male duck is having sex with a female duck. I am not making this story up. She is scaling the inner side of the wall, trying to shoo the male duck to get off the top of the female duck. The ducks are in the water. Her efforts fail of shouting. She gets in the water, fully dressed, and wade through the water to go prevent and stop the male duck from having sex with a female duck. Now, that is a broken woman. That's not a woman. That's madness. Seriously. Somebody will find that link and put it here. Seriously. That is a woman who not only has rejected her natural call and service to nature, she is curtailing every nature's call when she sees it, even in the dark. Feminist, broken woman that is no longer woman, that no longer responds to the nature's duty to reproduce. So when she sees even ducks in a certain pond reproducing, she literally jumps in the water, wades through it to go stop that natural duty of ducks. You will think I'm making this shit up until the algorithm, now that I have mentioned it, brings it to you. No, most women are not covert feminists. Only broken women are feminists. Some of them do us a favor. They paint their hair like the multicolored snakes and the bright colored poisonous toads and frogs in the forest. Broken feminist. But there is no evil woman. When they are evil, they are no longer women. They are feminists. Ogola, you remember, you were there live when I was talking to this philosopher, white guy. And I said...
Yes, that's Stephen.
Yes. And I said, when she's no longer responding to nature, she's no longer a woman. She is a broken woman. Now, that one is a feminist. And there is no turning that one into being a man's woman. That one is broken. It's a virus. It's the woke virus. It's a disease. It's a mental disorder. We should pick all of them up, put them in a tipper, and then pour them into a pool of crocodiles. Like Dada was doing, you see. You thought it was my idea, but Idi Amin did it. All right, Ogola.
I have seen the video. It's already on. Posted the link there.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's crazy.
Now she is fully serving the evil one. The story we just gave about Mrs. God, trying to stop God from having a child. That is the same spirit.
When two ducks were trying to mate at Lake Arrowhead, Karen showed up. Then she starts yelling.
I don't know if you're going to get kicked out if I play it.
When two ducks were trying to mate at Lake Arrowhead, Karen showed up. Then she starts yelling at the
You,
ducks.
you can try. I don't think so.
It's
What
playing.
happens next is totally unexpected.
Yeah.
Get off of her! Hey! Stop it! God damn it, get us a net! Everybody's just standing around?
How do you figure what ducks get made?
Hey!
I think if the duck goes all the way out there, she's gonna fall.
When two ducks were trying to mate at Lake Arrowhead, Karen showed up. Then she starts yelling
Oh,
at the duck like
did they?
crazy.
I was
Get
not.
away from her!
Did they show when she's
What
wading
happens
into the
next is
water?
Totally unexpected.
Hey!
No. And I think the voice from your side is not coming through.
Ah, okay. No, the people on the screen, they can see it.
Damn it, get us a net!
Oh, okay.
Let me see. One moment.
Standing around?
How do you figure what ducks get made?
Hey!
There she is. She's going there.
I think if the duck goes all the way out there, she's gonna fall.
When two ducks were trying to mate at Lake Arrowhead,
No,
Karen
that is a
showed
broken
up. Then
woman.
she starts yelling at the duck like crazy.
Get away from her!
Now you get my point. No, this is a disorder. This is not the norm. All right. We're not okay. Agola.
Gotire na gedo.
Gotire na doge.
Yes.
I am telling you, man, this is crazy. So yeah, so let's do the final call. Look up the YouTube channel Chill Out Records. This is Mr. USIU's page. Subscribe to that page. We're trying to get him to 1,000. This is the guy who gives us stories Ajaba, the Indian-looking Pakistani British guy. We're trying to get him to 1,000 so that he can get monetized, and we continue listening to stories Ajaba from him. Number 2, if you're in North America, which is Mexico, USA, and Canada, 28 commandments of the Kibe books are here. All of this. It's a whole layer of them. Buy the book at www.andrewkibe.shop. Send Kibe your mailing address, and I will send the book to you. I am not selling the book. I'm only sending the books to North America, Mexico, Canada, USA. Are we together? The books are here. Within a week or less, you get the book. But buy it from Kibe first. Not me. I'm not selling books. I'm mailing them. I'm your post office now. All right? I think that's it, Ogola and Mr. Mugambi.
Okay, thanks.
Tell them they are signed.
You don't want to be accused of selling Kibe's books.
And having commissions.
Yes.
Somebody will write to Kibe. You know, George told us that, 1,000 Kenyan shillings.
So Kibara Farm Kenya 254 says he wants to buy it to his uncle who is in Canada, Winnipeg. Is that a city in Canada? Winnipeg. Well, I will get the results. I will get the email, the mailing address from Kibe. Mine is just to send them. Timothy Macheche, that's 217, has become a member at the hello level. Asante sana, Mr. Timothy Macheche. That's a Mukisi or a Kuria guy. Ben Me Tumbo has just subscribed to Chill Out Records for more Kinuthia stories. Yes, please, guys. Tumefika wagapi Mr. Ogola kwa Mr. Chill Out Records?
922.
922. Just 78 to go. Oh, Macheche is a Luya. Aye, all right, Mwana Mulembe. Are you close to the Kuria people? That Macheche is more of a Luya, of a Kuria name. Are you on the border with the Kuria people, Mr. Macheche? I remember when I was in Happy Church, Nakuru, in my very early 20s. There was a guy who lived in Virginia and had married a white woman. And he used to come every summer to preach at the Happy Church in Shabab. His name was John Chacha. That's why I'm relating Macheche with John Chacha. He was a Kuria. Before Kuria was a tribe. They much later became categorized as a tribe by Moi. Or you are from Bugoma County. I dated a girl from Bugoma, but she was what do you call those entitled women, Ogola?
In Luo,
No, in English, these women who get it over their head that they are more than what they are. What is the name?
I don't know about that.
Not a Cinderella. There is another name for those kind of women. She fucked up the relationship that was very beneficial to her. And that's what I'm gonna say. She was from Goma. Alijiharibia. Mbaba J 3701, nilikuambia mimi si mtu mzuri. What is the context of that? Timothy Machacha is saying, okay, he's from Bugoma. Somebody else was saying, Boniface Kea was saying, this is really a awakening moment. Kea is also from that side of the world, right? Is Kea Kuria or a Luo?
Kea is a Kisii.
Man, national identity, tribal identity used to be such a rich thing before the Gen Zs came and demonized tribalism. Like we were attached to our origin. You see a Kea, it identifies with a tribe. You see a Nganga, even the Kikuyu names, like Mochiri, you know that is a Kiabu name. You know,
Adhiambo, Atieno.
Yes, the richness in it. Like I can look at a Kikuyu name and say, oh, this is a Nyeri name. Oh, this is a Nyahururu name. This is a Muranga name. And now the Gen Zs are being told to disconnect from their tribe, their identity.
They are being told to have 2 English names.
Bro. Hey, bro. Like if I hadn't interacted with you and you just showed up here, I would have guessed you are either a Meru or a Nebu because of your name Mogambi.
Exactly.
Because it has a place.
It has an origin.
Yes. Man.
And you know, George, it's the parents that give them those names. It's like these boys that are using their mother's name. I have a friend of mine that his last name is his mother's, and every time you mention that to him, he's so annoyed.
But why is he not doing something about
His
it?
real name.
Why is he not doing something about it?
He claims that it's in his exams, national exam results and all that. You know, all those bullshit that these people have.
What does it matter what your KCSE result certificate says in adulthood? I mean, people change names in Kenya. I have people who have changed names in Kenya legally through the registry of birth.
Yeah.
So why would you stay with a female name in adulthood and then find it as a reason, as a trigger every time somebody says, why do you have your mother's name? And now that becomes like, you are just waiting. You read my name and I know what you're going to say. What kind of a bullshit is that?
That is the most surprising thing with these guys who have their mother's name as their last name. You ask them, hey man, why are you called Modoni? And they're like, what are you driving to? What are you asking? Somebody gets mad for asking him.
You know, earlier on, there was a comment, somebody asking, are there male feminists? Those ones now that have assigned themselves a lifelong duty of defending Mama and Mama's bad decisions of naming him a woman's name. Those ones will kill for Mama. Those ones will never see anything wrong in a woman. because they have to protect something wrong with their mother. So, to continually qualify the mistake of their mother, they have to justify the mistake of all women. Subconsciously. Subconsciously. If you have to live with the mistake of your mother, then you have been assigned a lifelong service to feminism. It's that simple. There's no other way of saying it. As sad as it sounds.
So, George, are you saying they don't even know that they have that energy within them? They are not even conscious of what they are doing or how they react to.
Think about it. Their identity is a woman. You know, there are so many of them here right now. We are annoying the real people. Their identity is a woman. Let's go slowly. Their identity is a woman. They were born with a woman's identity, not nature, identity. If a child is born in poverty, the identity is poverty. If a child is born in wealth, the identity is rich kid. Identity, not nature. So, if you are born and you are given a woman's name, that is your identity. You have a choice to justify that identity the same way the rich kids justify their parents' wealth. Same what's up for the rest of your life. So they always have a chip on their shoulders. It's the same thing now in later life. Well, they are the same people, because why are you having a female name if you had a father? If you had a father, you'd not have a female name. So it's the same scenario now with children of single mothers. Their identity is children of single mothers. Identity. I will tell you how strong identity is when I remind you that the woke virus has created a category of people who use the term I identify as a woman, even though I'm a biological man. That's how strong it is when you see it now in the category of LGBTQ. Is that the full words of it? The initials? LGBTQ? Those people identify as. Identify as. I have to go to that extreme to make that point. Their whole life is consumed by the LGBTQ identity. So also is James Muthoni and John Njeri and what was the name of the Wanjiru, the guy who died jumping off his house, the marathon runner? The super talented Kikuyu marathon runner in Nyahururu. His last name was Wanjiru. Samuel Wanjiru. Thank you. His identity was a woman. No wonder he did not have the guts to stand up to one woman when he was being perceived to be cheating with another woman. So he was running away from this woman because he got caught with this woman and he fell off the balcony of his own house, a multi-million shillings house in Nyahururu.
George, there's
One moment. My house in the village have 7 exterior balconies. I extended 2 balconies when I saw Samuel Wajiro's house so that I can have a balcony like his. I'm not kidding here. In the original plan, I added 2 balconies because I admired how good Samuel Wajiro's balconies looked like. That's how good that house was. This guy was the exception, the Kikuyu who could run the marathon like the Kalenjin. Because in essence, his father was a Kalenjin. But because he had the identity of a woman, even the Kalenjin blood in him was not strong enough to make him a man. Because he carried the identity of a woman. So when one woman walked in, when he's with another woman, he did not have the balls of the blood of the Kalenjin in him. He ran in his own mansion. Bro, I saved photos of his house so that I can send it to the foodies in Kenya. This is when I couldn't go to Kenya. So that I can add a balcony to look like Wanjiro's house. The identity of the woman was too strong to be overtaken by the Kalenjin blood in him. So he's run away from this woman because he's with this other woman, and he fell off the balcony and died. Identity. Stop minimizing the danger you as a man carrying a female's identity. It will lead you to your death in your own multi-million shilling balcony that I admired. I'm not kidding you. I probably could pull the balcony when I was saving ideas on how to expand my house, and I can say this is the idea where I got the balcony on the southern side, on the western side of my house, because I admired how beautiful that house was. That high achieving, and still could not escape the ramifications of a female identity in himself. Go change your female name. If you don't have a father that you know, put it in your uncle's name. Put it in your grandfather's name. Pick up a random NGA, call yourself that. Deal with the female energy in you. The female identity. Because that identity is so strong. The only way you can understand how strong it is, that identity is the one that defines the LGBTQ nonsense. And they transform themselves to that identity. Change that shit. Kuna Kinuthia kamefanya the same thing Samuel Wanjiru did in Kilimani. And this time, a 45-year-old woman was involved. Ben Tombo writes that. Identity. Who are you? You have a female name. That's your identity. You can run like Wanjiru all over the world winning marathons that are not organically Kikuyu marathons. The reason you are doing it is because you have the talent of the Kalenjin blood of your father in you. But you still carry the Kikuyu woman's identity also. And it's so strong, it eliminates all the gains of this absent father genealogy that you inherited from the Kalenjin father. And it ends up killing you. The weakness of it. The weakness of it caused Samuel Wanjiru to jump off the balcony of his own magnificent, imposing mansion of our times. My point of motivation was Wanjiru's mansion. I kid you not. Bro, go to the Attorney General's office, register of persons, lives and deaths in Nairobi, and change your name to a random male name. Stop giving yourself excuses. Stop being the defender of all women because you carry the identity of a woman. I wish all of you were paying customers. I would have told you, somebody I gave them my identity. But you're not paying, so you're not going to hear that story. Go easy.
You see, I'm looking at that house. That
Bro, what are you saying? What are you saying, bro? The only thing I didn't like is when they put the roof underneath the balcony. They should have left it contemporary. So they mixed styles. It was supposed to be modern contemporary, and then they added that little skirt, like a skirt. They should have not added that skirt on it. So I did not add the skirt on mine so that mine can look Mediterranean on the outside. I kept the integrity of a Mediterranean design with the balconies. And then on the inside, it's contemporary. But he mixed just with that little skirt underneath the balcony. He should not have added that. But brother, I saved those photos as an inspiration of my future house.
That house is really something. They are saying that the guy was caught in bed with another woman.
Huh? Yes! Like, I am Samuel Wanjiru. I win marathons and gold medals around the world. Who is going to tell you which woman I need to be on top of?
That was so unfortunate.
Ian Jamondo. I'm in campus and I have a friend who has been raised by a single mother. The Kafukusui was fully by his girlfriend on the claims about pregnancy which he got from another relationship, Kinodiadom. You carry the identity of a child of a single mother. You carry the identity of your mother as a man. Bad things, this weakness that women punish because of the call of nature are going to come to you. Again, every time you try to diminish a woman's name in a man's name, that identity, remember LGBTQ. Is that the order of those names? Is it LGBTQ?
Yeah,
Yes.
that one.
That is identity. Equal power, equal measure, equal effect as you carrying a woman's name as a man. You can never argue with that.
And you see, George, there's something you say. You said this thing escalates to a man saying, I no longer feel like a man. You know, I'm attracted to, I feel like a woman. That is how
Identity.
dangerous identity can,
Identity.
wrong identity can be.
I identify as. I identify as 3 words.
Yeah. Exactly. Those are the exact words. I identify as.
It's the only way to explain how powerful a name is on the wrong person.
Yes.
These LGBTQ people, they live their life based on I identify as. So therefore, our Wanjiru, our Wanjiko, our Modoni name on a guy, that you are going to carry it with you. And the connotation and the effects and the ramifications that come with a female identity in you as a man. If you don't believe me, ask Kisemeo Wanjiru. Dating advice. George, is surrogacy the best way for me to go get kids? Wachana mambo za wazungu. You don't have the money to pay for surrogacy. Hiyo ni upuzi umejiingiza kwa kichwa yako. That is not African culture. African culture, you go there and you impregnate a woman and you take that child as yours. History ingine ya surrogacy, you don't have, we don't have an ecosystem to support surrogacy in Kenya. They are still meddling with the laws of surrogacy in Kenya because they are trying to catch up with the protective aspects of it because of the bad lessons from India, Bangladesh, and Ethiopia, where when the child comes out with disability and the natural donors of the sperm and the egg desert that child with the surrogate mother, they need to figure out what the law should do, number one, to the child and to the people that are naturally the parents, to protect the surrogate mother. Kenya is still in that threshold of defining the viable way to protect a surrogate mother from exploitation, number one, and the rules of engagement, number two, and in the cases where a child is born with deformity or whatever disabilities, and the real biological producers of the child walk away from this broken child. Kenya is stuck there. You do not have the resources to navigate that arena. Go pick up a girl, make her pregnant, deal with that situation. Make sure it's a boy. If you want to know how to get a boy, you can come to me. I will show you by example by getting that girl pregnant with a boy. Ama ulikuwa nafikiri nitakuonyesha namna gani?
Achana na mambo za wazungu
Oh, bro, that whole world is for this Western world, and it's very complicated.
It's so funny, George. That's the same way you hear these Kenyans talking about prenup.
Yeah, there is no ecosystem that supports prenup in Kenya because it's a foreign concept. Even divorces in Kenya is a foreign concept. Even child support is a foreign concept. They are trying to copy that which they deem to be working in the Western world to incorporate it in the children's court, to incorporate it in the context of what to do after divorce. But it's not organically Kenyan because Africans did not divorce, because Africans did not marry in the same sense that marriage is defined by the Western culture.
Even co-parenting.
I mean, we have the model of what co-parenting looks like from the Luyas. You leave the children with the father. End of story. That's the only model. Everything else is an imagination of the Kikuyus.
George, the funny thing with that whole thing of women refusing to leave the children with their own fathers is that they cling on those children and then they start forcing other men to accept those children. That's the funny part.
Worse than that, if you saw my inboxes just from December alone, when new people discovered me, you see my inboxes on IG and my inboxes on TikTok and my inboxes on this phone line, the 512-738-6400, by women, is women giving me sob stories, asking me to pay school fees for their children because they are single mothers and school is about to open and they don't have the money and they're running out of rent and they're all the secondary effect of not having left the child to the father. All of them, hundreds of inboxes, hundreds in the last 5 weeks. 40% of them are made up stories. They don't know that I know that. But the genesis of it is where the woman walks away with a child and then not only struggles without the man, but also make the child struggle without the father. And then they want a stranger like me to buy the Yawoye story and help them with school fees. Mr. Kirinyaga, Mr. Embu, New Mwahara Komo. Do you know that one? New Mwahara Komo. Do you know that one? They have that Kikuyu in Embu.
Yes.
Nemwahara Komo. Not going to happen.
Wameona wewe ndio you are the captain sema ho.
No, the problem, people confuse generosity as something you do to others. People do not give to others to help others. People do it for their own selfish needs.
They saw the watch.
When I am giving to somebody, I'm stroking my own ego. I'm not responding to your story. I am stroking my own ego. You need to pay attention.
Oh, now I get it, Judge. The only reason they are reaching out that much is because the other day you posted a screenshot of the child you helped and took through education. You remember that post you made?
Bro, I lost count of how many children I have helped with school fees. And I did not start because of the present me. I was doing that when I was in the gas station. I was my own ego. I'm not responding to your problem. I am using your problem as an opportunity to stroke my own ego. That is what giving is. When you come to me to buy your sob stories, chances are I'm not going to buy into it. When people give, they are doing it for their own self-interest. 100%. It's a very complicated psyche. I want you to watch Trevor Noah on Olenguluoni Road in Kirereshwa. Those people giving him money, they are not doing it to help him. They are doing it for their own selfish interest, including me. This is an ego trip, a literal ego trip. Literal ego trip. 100% of the time. That's why 001 caught himself because of his Allahu Akbar religion. He said, oh, but I don't want people to see. Because in his religion, you are not supposed to show what you are giving. But the whole concept is an ego trip. Sijui kama tunaelewana. When I give it for myself. I am investing in myself, in the spiritual realm of the giving and the taking of the universe, which has been diluted in the biblical sense. When you give, you receive. But how can you give what you don't have? I have put that quote before on X. It's an ego trip. I know that, and I'm more than happy to do it over and over and over, because I know the product of that, what I reap from that giving. When I give, I actually receive more than I gave. But not from this person that I just gave. From the vibration of the universe. That is the arrangement of the universal power of reciprocity. Not this person. That's why there is another saying that says, you have not done enough in this world until you have helped somebody who cannot repay you back. You have seen that quote, similar to that. Because that act itself is not here. It's in the realm of the supply of the universe. So people like me who know that, I practice that over and over and over, because I am bribing the universe and tipping it into my favor in the order of reciprocity. I am gaming the universal system. But the basis of it is here. So now you understand why I cannot relate with your sub stories, because I don't see that as a basis of me to game the international, the universal law of reciprocity, because you are not a participant, you are an NPC in it. You are not in the ecosystem of that which I manipulate in my own favor in the order of reciprocity in the universe. So 99% of your sub stories are just Oba ministry, and they end there. But when there is a true, valid opportunity for me to stroke my own ego and trick the universal power of supply, my best. It's very complicated to explain it, but in jest, that's how it works. That's why even Jesus himself, when Judas was grattling that the oil that Magdalene used to anoint Jesus' feet, the expensive oil, should have been sold and the money help the poor. Jesus was like, hey, koja kidogo. And the poor you shall always have. But me, this is my ego trip. Don't get in the way of my ego trip. I'm not going to be with you forever. Let me enjoy this ego trip here.
It is the same way. It is the same way when you got annoyed after healing the 10 lepers. It's only one that came back to thank him.
Exactly. And that struck his ego to a point now he opened the universal volume of supply to this particular one that was not with the other 9 one. You see? He was looking for an opportunity to stroke his own ego and showcase how much he has control of giving, healing and blessing and fulfillment. He had the key to the universal supply of all needs. But he did not give it in the first incidence. He only healed them. Then when this one of the 9 of the 10 came back, he got an opportunity to ego trip on how much he can also do to them that stroke his ego by thanking him for having healed them. Tuhabwe.
Yes, and you see, in most cases, even in the same instance, after he had done a miracle, he could tell the people who had seen that to go and tell the message to other people.
Ego trip, bro.
That they do, yeah.
The problem is the feminists have demonized the word ego. So now men are run away from ego. If you remove ego from God, that God becomes a donkey. If you remove ego from God, the creator of heaven and earth, there is no more God there. He looked at everything that he had created and he said it was perfect. Ego, bro. I want that ego. I want that ego. Because it's the one that keeps man building so that he can look back at that thing he has created and he say, it's perfect. I did that. That's the ego from God on day 6 of creation. Now,
you know, Judge,
the modern man is being told to run away from ego. Oh, see what Mimi? Hey!
you know, Judge, I'd never thought of ego that way until the other day we were talking and you were telling me that without ego, a man is nothing, and it's only ego that propels people to reach great heights. It is their ego that pushes them further.
The thing we call motivation, essentially it's ego. That thing now we have labeled motivation. Replace it for ego. It's going to make a lot of sense. It's the reason men do great things. You go to any big city. You go to downtown here in Austin. You look at the museums. Emma Long. It's called the Long Center. That Emma Long gave hundreds of millions of dollars for that convention center to be built and his name put on it. Behind it, there's another museum. I cannot remember its name. It has Mr. and Mrs. Auditorium. You go to Houston at the MD Anderson Cancer Center. You go the farthest you can, and you're looking at the MD Anderson from afar. MD Anderson is like a city inside the city, except it's a city of hospitals. All those buildings have names of the people who donated money towards the research for cancer, and they give money for those buildings to be built, and their names is on it. Top on the list, the king of Saudi Arabia. I'll find his name. Which king is named in one of the buildings at MD Anderson in Houston. They're not giving the full name, but it's Sayed. There is another better name. It's Saudi Prince. Let's see if he's gonna give a better response. What is that guy's name? I think it's the king who was king when George W. Bush was president. Yes, there we go. The building you're referring to is Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan building for personalized cancer care at the University of Texas MD Anderson Center in Houston. This 12-story, 628,000 square foot facility, often shortened to Zayed building, was funded by a record-breaking $100 million gift in 2011 from the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation. The founding president of the honored Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, 1936 to 2004, the founding president of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Abu Dhabi, who is commonly referred to as King of English language context due to his role as the UAE's head of state. $150 million. The ruler of Abu Dhabi, all the way to Houston, Texas. Ego. The feminists have demonized ego as a bad thing. Now, you are saying, Ogola, that if you remove ego, there would be no motivation for men to do the things we do. That's what you are reading to.
Yes.
Yes. And this is just one of the buildings. There are multiple buildings with people's names on it. University of Texas, right here. They have numerous museums spread all over the campus. It's a huge facility. All of them have names of people who gave money so that their name is put on the top of the building. The university in Waco, Baylor University, they just built a ultra-modern, gigantic football stadium. It's named after somebody's name. The guy who gave the most of the money for his name to be put there. Replace motivation with ego. Same what's up. But now, the modern man has been told to run away from ego. Like it's a bad thing.
it is the same thing with you buying and wearing the watch you currently have. I mean, I heard you the other day talking about your dream watch.
Bro,
For
I am
you
in
to
the
just buy it and wear it.
I am in the process of buying that watch. It's called Day Date, also known as the President. I want it in the green dial. It's a Rolex watch. It's the most sought after Rolex watches. The particular one, the green dial. It's not available new. The only ones they have available now are from a secondary market. People who bought them and kept them for the value to go up. They create artificial shortage so that you can buy from the secondary market. And I want to buy it before I go back to Kenya. So if you hear there is a black guy with an accent who told everybody to lie down in a bank and he stole money, it will be me. Everybody, lie down. This is a bank robbery. I have to have that watch.
How much is it valued at?
In the original market, it's like 66,000. But in the secondary market, it's in the 70s.
Don't forget to rectify that it's in dollars. Mugabe asianza kufikiria ni 66,000 Kenya shillings.
Ndio niuze tu makadamia kidogo hapo niambie yangu pia. Nikuja hivi kuja na mbili.
If you see, the Austin police are looking for a suspect who was involved in a bank robbery. The only thing we have is the audio of the guy telling everybody to lie down, and they play the audio, and it's a guy with an accent from Maragua.
You're like, huyu si ni George. Labda ni wale wa Twitter waseme, huyu si ni ule wanasema aliua bibi.
Bro, one moment. JF Kennedy is the one who rallied the whole country to speed up exploration of space so that they can beat USSR, modern day Russia. Right? When they made it to space, you know that saying, Houston, we have a problem? The NASA headquarters in Houston? It's named after him. JF Kennedy space program, both in Houston and in Florida. Ego. This campaign to remove ego from a man is from the devil. Ego is the driving force. It's the thing now you call motivation. Ego, bro. Most of the airports in America, thousands of them, they are named after people. Majority of schools, both primary and secondary schools in America, they are named after people. Most schools, they name them after what we call now principals that served in that school, and they honored that person for their service, or board members that steered the school district to great achievements, or coaches. the 110,000 seating capacity University of Texas University Football Stadium is named after a coach that served the university football program. Ego. You remove ego from man, bro, you have a shell of a human. And the feminists have succeeded so much. They no longer have to demonize ego. It's the weak men who demonize ego. That's how bad it is. So yes, bank robbery coming soon. Dial FBI.
Call police.
Bank robbery is a federal crime. FBI get involved.
Tomorrow you'll see this on X. George said he's about to buy a watch worth $77,000.
And he's going to rob a bank for it.
And he's going to rob a bank for it. Then they will tag the DCI Kenya and the ESCC.
Bro, ego is the motivator. The reason men take care of their family is so that they can have the ego trip of saying that he is a provider. Why do you think the guy is worried about being called a deadbeat dad? Because it's the opposite of the ego. You see that woman in Kisiland with a bullhorn telling everybody who is willing to listen that his ex-husband did not pay school fees for the child that did well in KCSE. Amani mimi niko nchi ingine. People have not seen that woman with a bullhorn, loudspeaker, screaming that if you see my ex, I heard he is in Kisii and he's on the way coming to the village now because he heard that the child that he did not pay school fees for passed very well with KCSE. She is taking away the ego of the man being proud of his child that passed KCSE. That's why she is hell bent with a Kimero, a literal Kimero. I don't know if you people know what a bullhorn is. It's the big loudspeaker you hold with your hand. She's walking around Kisiland telling everybody that the husband was a deadbeat and never helped in educating this child that has done very well in KCSE. She's taking away the ego from the man. And now you, modern man, you have allowed feminists to take away preemptively your future egos. Kuishi. Ndani nyumbani. Hata hakuna pesa mnatuma hapa. Oh man.
George wanasema wewe unaongea aje? Wewe ni mwanaume kweli? Mwanaume hafai kuongea na mwanamke hivyo.
What is this guy saying? Do you have access to the comment section, Mr. Ogola?
Which guy exactly?
At the very bottom.
Yes, I can see the comment section.
Mbambuj, 3701. What is it?
What could be issue as men when you feel so out of energy? Do my work. Huyu hata kizungu ameandika bro. I'm very worn out yet the start of the year. So he's saying it's like he's saying he is almost giving up and the year has just started. So something like that.
then the question is, why is he not motivated? And because we know the answer to that question, why has he resorted into serving the woman instead of serving his own purpose? The only reason a man would be worn out is because they are serving the wrong people. Men never give up on anything. That's why men have dug the deepest hole in Johannesburg in search of gold. They never give up. They keep digging. They keep digging because they are in their purpose. How deep is the Johannesburg? Gold mine. I don't know how to spell the Johannesburg. Okay, she got it. She got it. She got it. The deepest gold mine in the world, located about 90 kilometers southwest of Johannesburg near Carletonville, is the Mpomen Gold Mine, operated by Harmony, blah, 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 approximately 4 kilometers, 13,123 feet. Four kilometers deep. You are tired in the morning. You feel like giving up. Because your purpose is not connected with what you are doing. 4 kilometers deep is the gold mine in South Africa. 4 kilometers. Some of you fatsos cannot walk 4 kilometers. That's how deep it is. And men every day wake up and they line up at the workplace waiting to be taken by lifts 4 kilometers down at the Johannesburg gold mine. Every single morning, because they are connected to their purpose. If you're feeling worn out in what you do every day, it's because you're doing it for the wrong reason and for the wrong people. You're not connected with your purpose. You're serving a woman. What is my most popular video on TikTok? Is the black and white one, where I said men have given up on their purpose. And they have made women and children and marriage and families their purpose. And they are lost in their lostlessness. And they are going to spend the rest of their life lost in that downward spiral of lostlessness. Because they deserted their purpose and they made family and marriage and relationships and children their purpose. And then they were shown kanyoni of ngede by the woman. Obviously. So they will never be motivated. They hate what they do. Number one, because their essence is not there. And number two, because they feel that they are doing it for the wrong people. We go back to, you make a mistake, you stop digging. You get yourself out of that situation before you add children in it. If you picked up the mic right now, you would justify everything I'm saying. You are unmotivated because you are serving the wrong people. And you lost your purpose. You are doing it to make ends meet. You like what you do and you never have to work a single day in your life. Why do you think they say that? 4 kilometers deep. During apartheid, during the period of fighting apartheid, after apartheid, black men are lining up every morning in this mine to be taken 4 kilometers down by a lift, a dingy lift. A dingy lift. 4 kilometers down. And they get out of that mine after the end of their shift feeling fulfilled. Because they are in touch with their essence. They are in touch with their purpose. And they go home proud of having done an honest day's job. Tired to the bone, but proud. Jiulize maswali mingi sana. Why are you not enjoying what you are doing? It's a disservice to humanity. It's a disservice to humanity for you to be involved day in, day out in things you don't want to do. Because you have limited your own potential, that you can be anything and you can do anything. And you have been sold this scarcity of, this is the only thing that is available. Look at this guy. He's still on the phone. Yes. Electrical engineer. Worked for Kenya Power. Then he found his essence and he leaned onto it. It's a disservice to humanity for a man to be doing something that he is not happy doing. Because our role is to serve humanity with pride and ego and great satisfaction in what we do. If those 3 things are missing, jiulize maswali mingi sana. Stop doing it. The essence of a bird is to fly effortlessly. The essence of fish is to swim in water effortlessly. You should do the same effortlessly and enjoy it. If it feels like you are swimming uphill, upstream, and you hate what you do, you are doing the wrong thing. It's that simple. Stop digging. Recalibrate your life. Connect with your maker and seek the guidance on what is your true purpose. Why am I here? What was I brought here to do? And for a man is to serve humanity. Again, separate from women. But you have to do it with joy and great satisfaction, like the teachers in the villages. They love what they do. They love what they do. They spend 8 hours with children and they love it 5 days a week. Purely in their purpose, in their calling as teachers. They still have to fight with KTCU, whatever that group of teachers is. They still have to deal with delayed salaries and meager pays. But when they're in that moment, they are the happiest can be. That's why they never age. Yeah, I used to be a teacher. Somebody's going to take that as a real joke. Tunaelewana ndugu yangu. What could be an issue as a man when you feel so out of energy to do my work? I'm very worn out, yet it's start of the year. You're doing the wrong thing for the wrong people. You're doing the wrong thing for the wrong people. It's that simple.
George, unaona hiyo ya dating advice.
Dating advice is the name of the person, so that we are not confusing the people who are not looking at the charts. Their question is, last question, how does a young man new in corporate handle the corporate bitches without getting carried away in their drama? Point of view, I am an aeronautical engineer. You're focusing on the wrong people. The fact that you have discovered they are bitches is because you are focused on the bitches. You are focused on the negative energy. The plus side of being in corporate world is to gain experience and create networking. So you can take it anywhere. Anywhere. But you need that discipline. You need that consistency. You need that training. You need those soft skills to deal with people, to work under pressure, to work under people. One of my most popular video is the one I said, men under the age of 30. You either escape the matrix or you become an NPC. And I said, you have to get the training as a man on how to work under people and to work with people. Corporate world gives you that. Mogambi here went to corporate KPC, Kenya Power, to get those skills.
Absolutely.
To get those skills. How long did you work there?
3 years.
3 years. He learned everything he needed to know to survive and thrive on his own. But he needed that training. He alluded to missed promises by the corporation to them. But he persevered for 3 years, even when they were short-charging him. Because he was getting the experience. He was getting the networking. He was getting the soft skills on how to handle and interact with people, his future customers. But if you're focused on calling fellow workmates bitches, what you put your focus on is what expands.
And actually, I have like five guys who used to work with in Kenya Power in the same office, and they buy my product openly.
There you go. Get the training, get the experience, get the skill set, get the soft skills. If you ask me how important are soft skills compared to skills, I would pick the soft skills because I can transform them in any category. The skills are only good for you doing that skill that you are good at. But if you are good at this, but you are still a dog, you cannot survive in the real world. That's why we have come up with the term Dwanzis. The psychology behind the Dwanzis, the Gen Z Dwanzis, is because they don't have soft skills. They got the stupid, useless education, yes. They are trained to do certain things, yes. But they don't have the soft skills. So they come off as this undone thing that cannot survive anywhere because they are Mr. Know-it-all. Because they have never been somewhere where they are the bottom. And they have to respect the authority of the people at the top. When they had that opportunity, they dominated their fathers. And they burnt schools. So they come out thinking they are on the top. Because they terrorized their parents and they terrorized the school's authorities. Ama, ni mimi na misread hii watu, Ogola. Am I the one misreading these people? I mean, misreading. Am I reading them wrong? They have never submitted to any authority. That's why they are very quick with insults. It's a frustration of having to conform to the real world because they do not have the soft skills. When I was a teenager and I walked into the gas station in Nakuru, my first job, I was handed a broom. Fagia pale. Watu wanapita. It's an open gas station. Watu wanapita. It's a busy Kalenjin bus stop. So I'm fagiaring, I'm blowing dust everywhere. I'm trying to throw water and people are passing and I'm sweeping their feet. That was the best lesson I ever had. At the very bottom. These fuckers have never been at the bottom of anything. Because they are more educated than their parents. So they feel like they are here. And when they confront the real world, they back off. Because they cannot handle humility. Because of the ego trip of useless degrees. Stop focusing on the women in the workplace. Get the experience. Get the harness your skills. And gather the soft skills that you can transform anywhere and deal with other people in your own enterprise. But you have to sit there for 3 years, like Mr. Mogambi here, to get all those things. So that when you exit, you flourish. But that is just me because, you know, what is the name? What is the name? The older generation, what do they call us? The older people in their 70s.
The millennials.
Yeah? No, the older people in their 70s. Baby boomers. Those are baby boomers. You don't understand us. You will suffer. This world is not for you, bro. You will suffer. And we'll be here to taunt you as you're suffering. We'll be here to throw it in your face that you are fucking Dwanzi. Without any excuse to sell anywhere. A socio-awkward Dwanzi. Umbwa.
Yeah, fucking Dwanzi.
Oh my God. Swali kidogo tu nimeharibu kila kitu. Mr. Babuju. Babuju. Mbanju.
Unampatia advice mpaka unamtusi.
Two quizzes from GB. Is this somebody who sent me M-Pesa on from Great Britain? Kibet 777. Is that what you are saying? Kibet 777? Did you send me two quizzes from the Great Britain? You know, some Ian here is saying avoid corporate beaches like a plague. But that is their place. They have earned the right to be there. Through sex and favors and nepotism and everything else, they are women. They are born with value. They trade that value in the sexual marketplace. I am on the side of the beaches in the context of this. Go on my YouTube and look for the only video where I'm wearing a corporate blue suit and tie. Listen to that episode. It has the name episode. It has the name corporate to it. That guy is now in Australia. He got his dream exit from corporate Kenya. He texted me probably 3 or 4 months ago. I made it out. I'm now in Australia doing what I have always wanted to do. But he persevered the corporate beaches. The corporate bitches have earned their place in the corporate world. That is not your place. It's just a training ground. Get the training, then get out. Like Mugambi.
Your advice is kama ile ya fear women.
Bro, you're not going to compete with a person who was born with value. It will make sense when I tell you, you are also not going to compete with a kid that was born in riches, rich kid. Now, you see, it makes a lot of sense when I say rich kid. Because everything is provided for them through the family wealth. They are going to drive a car you cannot access. They are going to pull up beaches you cannot access. They are going to throw parties that you are not invited to. It's the same way with women. They are born with value. They enjoy that value the same way a rich kid enjoys that value. Yako ni kuingia hapo, you get what is yours, and then you penya out.
A man must create value for himself.
Mia kwa mia. 100%.
The marketplace rewards value too.
It's an exchange of value. The marketplace is an exchange of values. Have yours to participate in that marketplace exchange of values. That message is in my video titled, "A woman's needs are directly proportional to the value of the source of her provision." You have to get your own value to participate in this marketplace of exchange of values. All right, I think everybody went to sleep. Just the two of you and me here now. Even the chat, the chat is dead.
It's 2:30 a.m. in Kenya.
There you go.
And you know, it's funny that we are even 61 IQ. At midnight, ukiwa X, most of the time it's around 30 people, 40 people. It cannot go past 50.
Yeah, and the people here, the ones remaining, if you haven't subscribe to the YouTube channel Chill Out Records, please do that. This is Mr. USIU's page, Chill Out Records, so that he can get to 1,000 and continue giving us the stories Ajaba that he's very good at. This guy, and I will let him tell that story in the next episode. He is the one who literally slaughtered the goat for Christmas in my Christmas party. Him and my son held the legs and he cut the neck. But we'll talk about that in our next episode. Okay, guys, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for participating. Thank you, Mr. Mugambi, sharing your stories and staying here the whole time. Mr. Taleb Ogola, I'm glad I give you a new home where you can be free to be yourself against the hate of the ex-humans, if they still qualify to be humans. Let's do this another time.
Thank you, Dad.
All right. Thank you so much, Mugambi. Nashukuru sana. Everybody else who participated in the comment section, everybody who sent some good money, including you, Mr. Kibet, and the other people I'm going to discover when I look at my M-Pesa. Greatly appreciate you. Let's do this more often. Thank you, Timothy Macheche from Bugoma. Kibet Farm, Kenya 254, salute to you. Tony Otieno, I am Moon 704, again Kibet, thank you for the Nguizis from the Great Britain, and Mbanju for the great questions that you asked that drove the conversation in the very positive direction. Muchísimas gracias. Hasta luego. Adiós.